Thank you for joining us for the Charlotte City Council September 19th zoning meeting. And I want to welcome everyone here and call this meeting to order. I'd like to begin with introductions, starting with our city attorney and having everyone around the dais introduce themselves.
Good afternoon. Terry Hagler-Gray, Senior Assistant City Attorney.
Good evening, Victoria Wallington, District 3.
Good evening, Dante Anderson, District 1.
Art Bakari, District 6.
Ed Driggs, District 7.
Malcolm Graham, District 2.
Braxton Winston, serving at large and as Mayor Pro Tem.
Bilal serving as mayor.
Brent Cagle, Assistant City Manager.
Good evening, Luana Mayfield, Council at Large.
Good evening, Renee Johnson, District 4.
Good evening, James Mitchell at large.
Good evening, Marjorie Molina, City Council District 5.
Happy Monday, Dimple Ashmira at large.
All right, we begin our meetings with an invocation or an expression. I'm sorry, Billy, and my apologies.
Billy Times, Deputy City Clerk.
I'm just trying to make up for time here, right? My apologies, Billy. We begin our meeting with an invocation or an expression or words of inspiration, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation is by a council member, is intended to help us do our jobs better. And we celebrate religious diversity and recognizing that we even know that everyone in our community does not have a religious faith. And tonight I'll ask Council Member Mitchell to give us his thoughts and words.
Mayor and Council, everyone please stand. And to show the unity we have among this council, I'm going to ask if we all can hold hands tonight as we pray. Oh, wise and gracious Father, we thank you, Heavenly Father, for blessing this city called Charlotte. Let your wisdom, your spirit be with us and guide us as we make decisions that will prosper your city. Heavenly Father, we bless the staff and all the citizens in the city of Charlotte, and let you continue to be our guide and our direction. Let all believers under my breath say, amen.
Amen. All right, now let's, if you will join us in our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'm going to take a few minutes to talk about the zoning process so that we're all aware of this as we go through our program, our agenda tonight. First, our process begins with applications that are submitted to the planning staff. There are two types of cases that are on the agenda: decisions and hearings. Decisions on cases are for those that have already held a public hearing, and there will be no further public comment. And then we also, we also have hearings that are established, and anyone that we have for our hearings, please see the city clerk, Billy, that I missed over here to this earlier, to sign up to speak before we begin the hearing. So if you need to speak and talk about one of the items and you're not signed up, please make contact with the city clerk. We have in our process, we have a staff presentation that has no time limit. The petitioners and those in favor get 3 minutes combined to present a case unless their opponent signed up to speak. If the staff is in opposition, the petitioner gets 10 minutes and the opponent gets 10 minutes combined. The petitioner gets a 2-minute rebuttal. If no one is opposed or signed up to speak, staff provides a short presentation and our public hearing is closed and our next public hearing will be open. And then the petition goes to the Zoning Committee of the Planning Commission for review and recommendations. That then comes back to us. We have a policy that nothing good happens at this dais after 10 p.m. at night, and so we may recess if we do not get to every item on the agenda. We may recess and reconvene at a later date. As a result of this, I need to have introductions by the Planning Commission, and I'm not sure who is now chair. All right, if the chair of the Zoning Committee of the Planning Commission would stand up, make introductions of those attending in the meeting tonight, or if they're, and as well, discuss the next steps in the process.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My name is Douglas Walton. I am the Vice Chairman of the Zoning Committee. Our Chair, Philip Gussman, is away on business this evening, and so I'm sitting in for him. Let me introduce the other members that are here with me tonight. We also have Aaron Barbie, Melissa Gaston, Courtney Rhodes, and sitting in with us tonight, our Chairwoman, Kiva Samuel. The Zoning Committee will meet on Tuesday, October 4th at 5:30 here at the Government Center. At that meeting, the Zoning Committee will meet and discuss and make recommendations on the petitions that have a public hearing tonight. The public is welcome to the meeting. Please note, it is not a continuation of the public hearing that is being held here tonight. Prior to that meeting, you're welcome to contact us and provide input. You can find contact information for each petition on the city's website at charlotteplanning.org. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much, and we really appreciate everyone that continues to work with us to advise us on the items that we will have in front of us today. And so with that, I believe that I've covered all of the details and what we're doing, and we'll begin to have, is there anything from a follow-up report, Mr. Patton?
No, it's just included for information.
All right, so we don't have any items for follow-up. With that, we'll go ahead and begin with our first items, but we do have some deferrals that the staff will read, and we can take a motion on deferrals.
Thank you. Items, let's see, we've got item number 3, 2021-209 by Coastal Acquisition Entity LLC. Item number 4, 2021-213 by Goldberg Companies, Inc. Item number 5, 2022-010 by MAGLC LLC. Those are all decisions being deferred to October 17th, as well as one additional item which is on the decision list as well, and that's item number 7, Petition 2021-238 by Lennar Carolinas LLC. All of those are decision items requesting deferral to October 17th. The rest are hearings, and that's item number 22. It's 2022-003 by Joy Homes LLC. Item 23 by Petition 2022-016, Vision Properties. Item number 24, 2022-027 by Childress Klein. Item 25, 2022-032 by Chick-fil-A. And item number 31 is 2021-285 by Clearwater Development Partners Incorporated. Those are all the deferrals we have. Those hearings are requesting deferral till October 17th.
All right, do I have a motion to accept the recommendations for the deferrals?
Move to approve.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please, yes, is there a question?
I do have a question, but I was raising my hand for the vote.
Discussion? Go ahead.
Not for this, I was raising my hand for the vote. I thought you were-
Okay. All in favor, please raise your hands. Thank you very much. All right, that passes. And so now we'll go to the next item that is on our agenda, and I believe we began with agenda item number 6.
That's correct.
And so this is rezoning petition 2021-234 by Matt Gallagher. Thank you. I had to get my glasses, y'all. That's why I've been struggling so much to see what I'm doing here. For approximately 7.4 acres located on the east side of Oneida Road. It's in District 1. The current zoning is single-family residential, and the proposed zoning is single-family residential and just increasing the density. We do have, the zoning committee has voted to approve, and the staff recommends approval, but we did have changes after the zoning committee has made their deliberations. So on item number 6, Mr. Pettin, if you would go through the changes so that we can make a decision, and this decision requires a 3/4 vote.
Yes, thank you. So the following notes were added to the plan. No changes were made to the overall design and layout of the site, just some additional notes. Those are prior to the issuance of the site's first building certificate of occupancy, petitioner will work with the neighboring communities and neighboring HOAs to install slowed down children at play signs outside the right-of-way on Oneida Road, Teton Trail, or Osage Circle. Petitioner would agree also to provide or contribute to the installation of additional traffic calming measures such as signage, speed bumps and cushions, or other measures as approved by CDOT throughout permitting and prior to final acceptance of the proposed road of this project by CDOT. Petitioner agrees to provide measures up to an amount not to exceed $10,000. And finally, the petitioner agrees to provide stormwater detention and attenuation for the 10-year and 25-year storm events. Staff does believe these changes are minor and do not warrant additional review by the zoning committee.
All right, any discussion, do I have a motion to defer? I mean, to not accept, to accept the changes on the petition that are minor and do not warrant additional review by the zoning
Motion not to
commission.
send back to,
Second.
We have a motion not to send it back. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor, please raise your hands. All right, that passes unanimously. All right, now we'll go to the hearing, and we'll hear the decision. We have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as our own and approve this petition.
Madam Mayor, I would like to speak about the constituents who are against this motion.
Well, can we get a motion? Let's get a motion on the floor, and then you can be recognized. Are you moving approval?
Yes.
Yes, we have a motion and a second. All right, now we'll open it up for discussion, and I would like to recognize Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There are several constituents within District 1 that are opposed to this petition, and they lift up two key areas that the petitioner has provided concessions for. Outside of the petition, there are just two cumulative issues within that area, one being traffic congestion and speeding along Graham and Oneida. The second one is relative to storm water accumulation that, again, outside of this petition, continues to be an issue within this area. Net, the petitioner has agreed to install new drainage, water mitigation, and the neighborhood will be better off as it relates to water mitigation and storm mitigation after this construction has taken place. So I just wanted to lift up that I have had discussions with the constituents. I have met with the petitioner, and those concessions have been made.
All right. Is there any, Ms. Johnson?
Yeah, I just want to piggyback off what Councilmember Anderson said. This was initially in District 4. The developer reached out very early on, and I've referred him to the Derrida Association. I've had the chance to go out to the site to meet with the neighbors several times, and their concerns are outside of this petition, the stormwater issues, the traffic issues, and we've met with CDOT. CDOT did not allow the rules did not allow traffic light at Oneida and Graham, nor speed bumps. This developer was willing to concede, but he was unable to. So he's done what he's been able to do, and this is the type of development that we should all seek in our district, a developer who's willing to provide these concessions and neighbors who are engaged in the process. I'd like to continue to work with Councilmember Anderson and our city staff to help the neighbors with the drainage issues that they are having, because those are ongoing issues due to the cumulative impact of all the growth in the city. But it's outside of this development. This petitioner has worked very hard to provide concessions, and this development will improve some of their current issues. So I'll be supporting also.
All right, are there any other comments? Or hearing none, all in favor of approval of this petition, please raise your hand.
Madam Mayor, just want to make sure it includes the consistency statement.
I thought I said the motion included adopting the statement of consistency as our own. Did the motion include that? If it didn't, we will have that included. Thank you very much. All right. The next item that we have is agenda item number 8, which is petition 2021-242 by Robert D. Dowdy. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Earlier, when I said I had a question, it was about the follow-up report. I did want to speak to that. I can wait until the decisions are done and circle back, but I just wanted that to...
Thank you for that consideration. All right. So we have a petition 2021-244 by Robert Dowdy for approximately 2/10 of an acre located in the southwest intersection of East 35th and North McDowell. It's again in District 1, and it is the zoning committee voted to recommend approval of this petition. Staff also makes that a recommendation. Do I have a motion to accept the zoning committee's statement of consistency as our own and adopt this petition?
We did have a couple changes on this one as well.
Oh, we do have changes, and it says it right here on my book, that it says that So, Mr. Pettin, would you go over the changes on item number 8?
Yes, so again, no changes to the overall project, just additional notes for clarification and to address some outstanding issues. Some notes were added that would include, in order for preservation for the existing building, area between the building and sidewalk on North McDowell Street would not be required to have a planting strip. However, it shall not be exempt from perimeter tree calculations. Another note added says, in order to preserve the existing mature oak tree on the adjacent residential lot and to provide bicycle parking, that area that would provide bicycle parking would also not have a planting strip or landscape screening. It will also not be exempt from perimeter tree calculations. Petitioner shall provide a sidewalk utility easement set 2 feet back of sidewalk where feasible, and then would update that sidewalk easement upon additional sidewalk completion. Petitioner shall also remove the non-compliant curb cuts on 35th Street, and then the existing curb line is to remain on 35th Street and North McDowell, with the exception of changes to the corner necessary for the installation of ADA-compliant corner ramps. And then finally, the petitioner shall not install tents or tent-like canopies or other non-permanent structures in the rear yard for more than 72 hours at a time or more than once a month, provided that sunshades and shade umbrellas shall still be allowed, subject to applicable ordinances. Again, a lot of these were made to clean up some outstanding issues. The final note was made to address some concerns from the neighboring property owner. Staff believes they are minor and do not warrant additional review by the zoning committee, and we'll take any questions. Thank you.
Do I have a motion to accept the staff recommendation that the changes are minor and do not warrant additional review by the zoning committee?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion or question? Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Actually, it's a question that's potentially for staff. For those of us that are reading this online versus paper, can we just make sure that when there are any updates or amendments, that is uploaded to iLegislate so that we can have access to read it as well if we don't have a booklet?
So noted, Ms. Mayfield.
Thank you.
All right. So we have a motion on the floor. Any other further discussion or question? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, the staff recommendation on the changes are minor, please raise your hand. All right, that's unanimous. So let's go back to the recommendation. Do I have a motion to accept the zoning committee's recommendation to approve this petition?
A motion to accept.
Second. Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Ms. Ajmira?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So many of us on the council have received an email from a resident who lives nearby and asked for limited hours for outdoor amplified music. And I know Ms. Anderson has worked with the petitioner and the community to come to the middle ground where the hours are limited, and those changes were reflected in some of the changes that were made by the petitioner. So thank you for your work on that. And petitioner, Mr. Sam Raisin, if you're listening to this, I know you didn't get everything that you had asked for here, that I think that is a good compromise. So I'll be supporting that.
All right, thank you. Any other discussion? So do I have are we ready to vote on accepting the statement of consistency from the zoning committee as well as adopt the approval of the recommendation?
A motion to adopt and approve.
All right.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. Again, unanimous. Thank you.
I didn't raise my hand.
Anyone opposed? Ms. Johnson is opposed. Thank you. All right, the next agenda item is item number 9, 2021-246 by MPV Properties for approximately 1.5 acres located on the east side of Providence Road. It's in District 7. Its current zoning is single-family residential. The proposed zoning is office conditional. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to accept the zoning committee's recommendation with their statement of consistency and to approve this petition?
So moved. Second.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Driggs. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Mr. Bakari. Is there any discussion? Mr. Driggs.
So this one has been difficult, partly because we are in this unsettled transition from our old ordinance to the principles of the 2040 plan and the UDO, although that's not effective yet. It's an infill site, which means that it's a parcel of land that represents kind of a detail in terms of the way the policy map was drawn. The policy map is a broad brush. There are actually over 240,000 parcels, and many of them are unique or unusual. I did read carefully a lot of the input I got, emails I received from residents nearby, and I apologize for saying in the hearing that there was a house. I should have said there had been a house there. It wasn't there anymore. I understand that. The objections did have to do with the UDO and the application of some of those principles. This petition was developed under the old rules, and I believe it deserves to be judged by our old rules. The staff recommends approval. The zoning committee was unanimous recommending approval. The petitioner did respond to input from residents by, for example, relocating the building, making other changes to the site, changing where the entrance was, and trying to mitigate the impact of this use at that location. I did talk also with CDOT at length about concerns related to the safety of the U-turn on Providence Road, which I will remind people was a reason that I rejected a petition probably 7 years ago now to put a daycare center there, because that would have involved surges of traffic, making U-turns, dangerous U-turns. But I got a long memo back from CDOT saying that the expected number of cars making a U-turn could be accommodated within the gaps between the light cycles, and that this has not been identified as a high accident area, and therefore their recommendation was part of the staff's conclusion supporting this. So there are issues that people have raised about the applicability of our new rules, but I think in fairness to petitioners, we need to be a little careful about how we start imposing some of our new concepts on these existing petitions. It's going to be a little bumpy for a while, and this one is an example. But my conclusion about this was that it was a reasonable land use, that I doubt that a residential use is commercially viable there. I've been told that. Some people who wrote to me said, we want single family. We can't require that. So I think this is an outcome at that location that is less onerous than some that might have been proposed there, partly because the traffic that goes in and out of here occurs during the day, throughout the day. There will be arrival of people who work at that location, but a lot of the traffic numbers are related to patients coming and going throughout the day. And of course, the real sensitivity on traffic is rush hour. I'm acutely aware that Providence Road is a huge headache in traffic. I've been proposing for a couple of years to council that we have a congestion overlay or establish some rules that would communicate to petitioners the limits on what kind of trip generation we were willing to accept. That was not taken up. We were too busy with the UDO. We weren't able to create that. So we don't have in place guidelines that say you can do this many trips, but not that many trips. And I think, again, given that the trip generation from this use doesn't occur as concentrated during rush hours as some uses, and I don't think residential is possible, my own conclusion is that we should support this, and I ask my colleagues to join me. Thank you.
All right. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the recommendation to accept the zoning committee's statement of consistency and approve this petition, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That motion is approved.
Still need, are we not?
All of those opposed? 2, 3, 4, 5. So the motion is approved. Thank you, Ms. Mayfield. All right, the next item on our agenda is item number 10. It's petition 2021-247 by HRLP Morrowcroft for approximately 5.5 acres located on the east side of Colony Road on the west side of Morrison. This is now called Carnegie Boulevard. It's in District 6. The current zoning is business and shopping center. The proposed zoning is mixed-use development optional. The zoning committee recommends approval of this petition as well as the staff. Do I have a motion to accept the zoning committee's statement of consistency and approve this petition?
Move to
as your
adopt and
own?
approve.
Mr. Bakari makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Mr. Winston makes the second. So is there any discussion?
Yeah.
Mr. Bakari?
Other than this new council is going to be difficult on rezoning nights, I see. Thank you, Mr. Winston. I just want to call out how great of a rezoning opportunity this is. Really appreciate not just the developer coming in and doing something special in the area that needs to be done, but the neighbors and the community coming together, negotiating, finding middle ground around improvements of the intersection, dollars that are going to be invested there by the petitioner, which is directly going to impact pedestrian safety, which is a big issue. So we know we need more city money eventually at some point here to make all of this really work, but this is a huge step in the right direction. And I'll just give, aside from all the neighbors and individual folks that have worked, a shout out to the South Park Association of Neighborhoods.
All right. Is there any further discussion? All right. You've heard the motion. All in favor of the motion? If there's no further discussion, please raise your hands. I believe that's unanimous. All right. Thank you very much. Item number 11, Petition 2021-257 by Lennar Carolinas for approximately 52.6 acres located on the south side of Old Dowd Road and east of Amos Smith Road. This is in our extraterritorial rezoning, but the closest district is District 3, and the County Commission district is District 2. The current zoning is mixed-use innovative Lower Lake Wylie critical area. The proposed zoning is mixed-use innovative Lower Lake Wylie critical area site plan amendment. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition upon outstanding issues related to site and building design. So do I have a motion to accept the zoning committee and the staff's recommendation as and their statement of consistency and adopt this petition?
Move to accept and adopt.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Ms. Watlington?
Yep, I just wanted to lift up on this one. I know there was a lot of work done between the residents and the developer. Unfortunately, and I'll confirm with staff, but as I'm understanding, we weren't able to work with the county to get park and rec because of some of the restrictions with the land use there. However, this in particular, you see that the entitlement versus the proposed zoning is only 20 trips different in terms of the traffic generation. Though this is a market rate development, because it's townhomes here in an area where there are many more single families, that does give opportunity for a little bit lower price point or entry point, if you will, for people to be able to live here. So I think it provides some of that missing middle that we talked about. So I will be supporting this one.
Is there any further discussion or comment? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. Unanimous. Ms. Mayfield, did I see your hand up? Yes, thank you very much. All right, the next item is item number 12, rezoning petition 2021-262 by CRD Dilworth for approximately 1.1 acres located in the western quadrant at the intersection of East Worthington and Cleveland. It's in District 1. And the current zoning is transit-oriented development, mixed optional. The proposed zoning is transit-oriented development, neighborhood center, conditional, and transit-oriented development, urban center, conditional. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to accept the zoning committee's statement of consistency as our own and approve this petition?
Motion to adopt and approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt and approve. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed? I think that was a unanimous vote. Thank you. The next item is item number 13, rezoning petition 2021-263 by Colwick Development for approximately 2.8 acres north at the northeast intersection of Colwick and Cheswick Road, south of Greenwich and east of Randolph. It's in District 6. The current zoning is office, and the proposed zoning is mixed-use development conditional. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition, and I was wondering if we could have a motion to adopt the zoning, I'm sorry, we have a change. I have it right here, and I didn't even see it. All right, Mr. Pettin, let's go to the change.
Thank you. Again, no significant changes to the plan. There was a height reduction of the multifamily building that was reduced from 85 feet to 78 feet. Also, we had some changes that were submitted to install a no left turn sign from Colwick Road onto Greenwich between the hours of 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. if approved by CDOT. Also, installation of a pedestrian crosswalk across Colwick Road near the Public's Access Road if approved by CDOT. Also correct the truck restriction signage on Chiswick Road near the intersection with Colwick to ensure that all signage faces the correct direction and is not obscured by tree foliage if approved by CDOT. Also contribute $75,000 to the Cotswold Elementary PTO for improvements to the playground and exterior amenities. And finally, the petitioner shall replace the existing wood fence with a new opaque low-maintenance fence, minimum of 7 feet, as permitted by ordinance in the area generally between the site's property boundary and Cotswold Elementary School. That's approximately 30 to 35 feet from the property line, and that would require some further coordination with CMS, but those are all the commitments that have been modified since zoning committee's recommendation. Staff feels they're a result of community input and are more restrictive, and that they are minor and do not warrant any additional review by the zoning committee at this time.
Move to not send back.
Second.
We have a motion to not send this back because the changes are minor and do not warrant additional review. Any discussion of the motion? Mr. Bakari?
I would say we'll have our discussion in a second in the main motion, but as you've heard, I don't believe this warrants any send back at this point. All of the additions and changes at this point are just positive items of concessions with the community and the dialogues we've been having. And I conferred again.
Keep going.
I've conferred again with our zoning committee, who agrees with that sentiment. They supported it unanimously before, so we just need to come to a decision here. There's nothing they're going to take with this new information that would change their minds. I think it's now on our plates.
All right. Any further comment or discussion? With that, it requires a 3/4 vote of the council to accept this motion. So all in favor, please raise your hands.
Not to send it back.
This is
Not to send it back.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, just to be clear, this is a vote to not send it back.
To
right?
not send it back,
Okay,
yes.
okay.
So we have 1, 2, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, I think we're good on that one. So now, let's go back to,
Move to adopt and approve.
Second.
we have a motion to adopt and approve this item. Any discussion? Mr. Bakari?
Thank you. So first of all, thank you all for coming out. This is a difficult one. This has been many months of work and a lot of hours with the neighbors and on site. I think what's clear right now is that two things. One, many neighbors, as you can see, and as we've all experienced with emails and calls, are incredibly frustrated with the density of this project, and more specifically with the congestion that exists on that corridor. On the other side of the coin, what's also clear is we know we need housing desperately. Overall, putting those items aside, this is a good development, and it's ultimately aligned with what we've called for on this corridor. A few months ago, as we had the public hearing, for those of you who were here for that, you might remember that some folks stepped up that had just engaged at that point in time and were upset, very upset. And I asked the petitioner to give us more time so we had time to be able to dive into their details and figure out if we could ultimately work to find common ground. We had that time. We worked for several months. The good news is we were able to find concessions, as you can see. We found a lot of things, and those groups and the leaders of those neighborhoods that worked hard for a lot of months there, I wouldn't classify them as people who are excited with this petition or development right now, but I would say those folks understand that working in good faith, those concessions make it a little better, and it's something that they are pleased with. The bad news is a new group of neighbors came together and emerged on my radar at a minimum last week that wasn't a part of those conversations. And as you well know, having the time to work with folks and to move through these things is all the difference in the world. So we were already in a really rough spot. As you heard with those concessions, we were able to gain improvements to the elementary school, $100,000 in funding in traffic improvements, of which I've been assured that CDOT, who has to also agree in those things, would likely be very supportive as well, unlocking the petitioner's investment there. The height reduction is small. We're not going to try to play it off like that's some massive thing, but it is a nod towards that concern. All are things that were negotiated, and at this point, I don't think that deferral is going to, even though I would love to spend more time with all the neighbors, I think we'll ultimately recreate what we've done over the last 2 to 3 months. And I just, for those of you who have just started to hit your radar or just started to engage, I do deeply apologize that you haven't had the chance. But trust me when I say we worked very hard with a lot of groups in your area who were very concerned, just like you were, throughout these last several months. So I truly feel the pains of these neighbors, and I understand what they're going through, because I don't live that far from here, and we have our own issues that are very, very similar. I would say, though, that it's a broken record that we say every single rezoning that I've been in for the last 5 years, at some point each month, we can't just bring these topics up during petitions, during rezoning months. We have to figure out how to attack this and make it our top priority as a council. And I've called for the creation of an infrastructure investment committee. I've called for multiple things, but if we continue to grow at this pace, to do all the work like we did with the UDO and the comp plan, and then not make a top priority of investing in these corridors that are being crushed right now with congestion and traffic, all we're going to do is find ourselves in these positions where we're debating, do we bend to the neighbor's will and call a moratorium on development, or do we go ahead and let development continue on while we're not delivering on the needs they have for infrastructure? And that is a lose-lose situation every single time. So I've come to the conclusion here that after many, many conversations, I believe this is the right thing for us to do. It's clear to me that through the comp plan, through the UDO, despite many concerns and pushbacks that I had on it, an activity corridor like this is designed for housing, as long as we put the infrastructure in place for dealing with the congestion. If we do not approve this right now, today, what ultimately I think will happen is June 1st, this will transition into the new world of the UDO and the comp plan. While it will go from O2 office to OFC office, it is quite clear in my deep dives with staff, this was always by the comp plans designed and everything else to be neighborhood 2, N2. And how I've arrived at this decision, and not lightly, I want you all to know, is that all the concessions and things we've been able to do in the last several months, if it goes down this path that I am highly confident it will now, N2 will allow a higher and denser product by right for this site, and will ultimately put us in a position where not only they'll go do that, we can no longer engage and get the community benefits that we've just achieved. So, as everything in this topic, it's highly complicated, hard to explain, hard to dive into, which is another critique of the UDO and comp plan that we have to get our hands around. We're going to go and do exactly this to dozens and dozens of neighborhoods and corridors in our community in the coming year. And if we're not able to crisply explain to them, like, this is where it's all heading, we're going to have a lot of really tough battles on our hands because of our own lack of process and consistency. So I understand you guys. I hope you understand that I had to come to this conclusion, not in a light way, but it is the right thing in my opinion. And I apologize I'm letting those of you who came in here down.
Excuse me, ma'am. The public hearing has been closed. I'm sure Mr. Bakari will be willing to speak with you further on this issue.
End of update.
So I wanted to say that this particular zoning area was before this council in 2014. And I put the minutes of that meeting, or the public hearing, and some of these same issues have come up as we go through this when we talked about what was going to happen when we put the Publix there. And I think it's really important to read some of this and go through it because it has not changed. It has been a situation that I really like to hear CDOT explain what went on when those discussions, because those same discussions resonate today. And so, Jake, I think if you could come in and talk about how the idea for density was going to be addressed in this, it would be good to share that with the public.
Thank you. So from a density aspect, this development did not trigger a traffic study, but the developer offered to do one because of the location and the concerns that were present back at that time. The public's development did complete all of their improvements that they were committed to at the time. And so the developer performed their traffic study and worked extensively with CDOT to arrive at the improvements that are included in this petition, including some multimodal improvements that are going to be very valuable to this area. And so there's no answer to existing traffic problems, but this petition has worked to address what they could in this corridor.
And so I think that what we're really learning is that these problems don't go away when we're trying to address them. And I think that Mr. Bakari is correct when we talk about this infrastructure. But I also think that we've got to be very careful in the way that we look at this because several of these things are things that we are responsible for doing. And I read, right now we have at Greenwich and at Sharon Amity along Randolph that the super block down by Greenwich and Sharon is really just too big a block, and that was in 2014. We haven't done anything about that at this point, and I know that it's really necessary for us to get some ideas of what we can do, and thank you for the $100,000 contribution, but I think it's something that this community is going to have to really struggle with and make it possible, and we've got to be a partner in that effort. So I would encourage you to look at those notes and read, because I think it is an idea of what we have been talking about and what we're trying to plan to do differently. Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to kind of piggyback off what you said, that in 2014, the council was discussing traffic issues. That was the concern with the petition that Councilmember Anderson and I were talking, that she had neighborhood opposition. Same thing with Councilmember Driggs. And with this one, we know that there's 1,745 trips in this petition. There's a pending petition across the street from it that's a Chick-fil-A. And then there's an elementary school behind it. So we know the traffic issues that you're facing. So at some point, council has to make some tough decisions because we can't hold the developers accountable or city staff accountable, but it's going to be up to us to do something different in order to get different outcomes. And, there are council members, we hear you, and I'm just, for one, Mayor, that we do something, if it's taking a month, instead of having zoning meetings to discuss policies. And if that would be considered a 30-day moratorium, I don't know. But we have to do something. Our residents are hurting, and we can't keep making decisions, the same decisions, and expect a different outcome. So I won't be supporting this petition today.
All right, Mr. Driggs?
So further to what I was just saying, we're in this unsettled situation. But colleagues, I will point out to you, we just issued a loud call for the creation of more housing and more density. That's a centerpiece of our UDO, and we issued that call without reference to the impact on infrastructure. I'm feeling it in my district. Right now, the developers who were used to being told, no, that you're limited to R8 or whatever, are now being told, we want more. And we need to put in place boundaries that make it clear what we are willing to tolerate in terms of infrastructure impact. And so, to a certain extent, the fact that we're in this situation and that Mr. Bakari is between this rock and this hard place is on us. But I don't know how, under the current circumstances, and given our goal of bringing the cost of housing down through an increase in the supply of housing, how this council can reject this petition. And so I want to assure everybody, we all got your messages and read them carefully. I feel uncomfortable in this situation because I do understand how you feel squeezed by this. And at the same time, the direction in which the city is going through its growth is going to entail repeated instances of this kind of discomfort. We cannot keep Charlotte as it was and the density as it was. We've got to make room for the hundreds of thousands of people we think are going to move here and try to do so without allowing the cost of housing to go through the roof. So that, to me, is my rock and hard place, but I do intend, at the end of the day, to join my colleague in support of this petition. Thank you.
Mr. Winston?
So I think the mayor, Mr. Bakari, highlight a good point. And I hope council and staff, as we go into the further implementation of the Comp 2040 and the UDO plans and policies, and as we get into that small area planning process, I think this is a particular issue that is different, even smaller than the smaller area planning process, community area planning processes. We know that there are some choke points. There's some areas like Randolph and Sharon Amity, Wendover and Providence Road, Park Road and Woodlawn. There are certain places where our different policies they don't necessarily conflict, but they're not working together well, whether they be land uses, pedestrian infrastructure investments, just overall change in growth patterns. We can't let these things just linger and say, kind of shrug our shoulders and put our hands up when new rezonings come on down the line. So I would hope that we would prioritize some type of policy work that addresses these, we can identify some of these specific areas and really kind of, I don't know if it's workshop or find a way to deal with it without it just kind of being a revolving door of throwing our hands up in the air. I think there's a will on council to do this. I think we have a lot more tools, as Mr. Driggs said, a lot more tools at our hands and new goals that we put out. Now it's time for us to really kind of put our hands around them and wrestle with them.
I do want to remind council that we do have an infrastructure commission, and I talked to the chair a couple of days ago, and they said they're 2 months out. And their idea was to start off with some of the communities and corridors that we are working with, but they will be bringing forth recommendations to the council, and I think that would be good to let them do that and then come out and talk about how do we deal with some of this in a more specific way. So with that, is there any further discussion of the motion? All right, we have a motion on the floor, or do we, Madam Clerk? All right, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. 6, all opposed? The motion passes 6-5. All right, the next item on our agenda is item number 4. Give them a moment to go through this. The next item on our agenda is item 13. I'm sorry. 14. I wanted to, it's item 14, rezoning petition 2021-264 by Chuck Price, and I think Mr. Graham is asked to speak to this.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to request from council a 30-day deferral.
Second.
We have a motion to defer this item for 30 days. Is there any discussion or any comment from the staff first?
No comment from us.
All right. Hearing no discussion, is there any discussion from the council? Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What is the conversation for the deferral?
Thank you, Councilwoman. I would like to give more time to make one last effort to get the petitioner and the neighborhood associations one more time to resolve some outstanding issues.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Watlington?
Sure, just a little more clarity around that, because when I look at this particular rezoning, I'm hearing that one of the fundamental issues is the what, not the how. So if there are some how things that you think will get folks closer to it, what are those?
I think just more dialogue between the two in terms of some of the outstanding issues. Obviously, the petition and the write-up speaks for itself in terms of the recommendations from both the Planning Commission and the staff in terms of approval. I just want to kind of give it one more effort to bring some, to see if we can get them closer together in terms of if this petition is to move forward, to making sure that everyone's comfortable in terms of the outcomes.
But no, nothing specific that right now you think is going to change the
Well,
nature of
that's
the
why I want to
petition?
kind of have one more dialogue with them.
Okay.
All right, is there any further question or discussion? All in favor of a 30-day deferral on this petition, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed? We have two people opposed, Ms. Mayfield and Ms. Watlington. All right, the next item is item number 15, and in this case, we do have recommended changes to the petition, so I'll ask Mr. Pettin to go through those.
Thank you. Following changes were made after the zoning committee's recommendation. Again, no significant changes to the plan, just mainly on the notes. Two changes were made, and that one was corrected. Sheet number 2 of the rezoning plan to reflect 63 units, not 64. And then also the last change was to remove development note 7.4 that stated the petitioner shall provide a Class C buffer as generally depicted on the rezoning plan if townhome-style units are proposed adjacent to existing single-family residential. That condition is no longer applicable to the site design as currently proposed, so that was removed. Staff has no concerns with the changes, believe they are minor, and do not warrant additional review by the zoning committee.
All right. You've heard the staff recommendation that these changes are minor and do not warrant additional review by the zoning committee. Do I have a motion to accept that recommendation?
Motion to accept.
Second. All right, we have a motion to accept and second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor, please raise your hands. All right, that's unanimous. Okay. Now we have to go to the actual petition. This is petition 2021-280 by the Drakeford Company for approximately 15 acres located south of Jeanette Drive on Lawrence Orr Road and west of East W.T. Harris. It's in District 5. The current zoning is single-family residential. The proposed zoning is mixed innovative development. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition with the changes as stated. And as well, do I have a motion to accept the zoning committee's statement of consistency and approve this petition?
Motion to accept.
We have a motion to accept and approve and adopt. All right. Is there any discussion? If hearing no discussion, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. That's unanimous. The next item is item number 16, petition 2021-282 by Greystar Development East for approximately 7.5 acres located south of Golf Links Drive and west side of Midway Park Drive and Audrey Kellis in District 7. The current zoning is mixed-use development optional. The proposed zoning is mixed-use development conditional. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to accept the zoning committee's statement of consistency as our own and approve this petition?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Mayor, I'll just comment briefly. This is proposing, instead of putting office on this 7.5 acre subportion of the large mixed-use Ray Farms development, to put apartments there, reflecting the fact that after COVID, demand for office space has gone way down, and of course, we want development of apartments. And also, the new proposal has 1,225 fewer trips than the old one on the corner of Providence Road and Ardrey Kell. So I'm very much in favor of this.
All right. Is there any other comment or discussion? All right, hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hands. All right, that's adopted. Ms. Anderson, were you a yes?
Yes.
Yes, that's unanimous. All right, the next item is item number 17, Petition 2022-004 by White Point Partners for approximately 25¼ acres on the north side of the plaza and the east side of Eastway. And it is in District 1. The current zoning is shopping center and neighborhood business. The proposed zoning is transit-oriented development, transit transition to conditional. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to accept the zoning committee statement of consistency as our own, as well as adopt the petition?
Motion to adopt and approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to adopt and approve. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor of the petition, please raise your hand. All right. Anyone opposed? Hearing, that's unanimous. Item number 18, Petition 2022-007 by St. Charles Avenue for approximately 3/10 of an acre located on the west side of Castleton Road, north of Sharon Amity, east of Craig, in District 5. The current zoning is single-family residential. The proposed zoning is urban residential conditional. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to accept the zoning committee statement of consistency and adopt?
Motion to adopt and accept.
Second.
All right, thank you. Is there any discussion of the petition? Hearing no discussion, all in favor, please raise your hand. That's unanimous. The next item is item number 19, Petition 2022-012 by Rangewater Real Estate for approximately 18 4/10 of an acre located on the east side of IBM Drive, west of 85, south of West W.T. Harris. It's in District 4. The current zoning is research, and the proposed zoning is multifamily residential conditional. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to accept the zoning committee statement of consistency as our own and approve this petition?
Motion to accept and approve.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, please raise your hand if you're in favor of the motion. Unanimous. All right, our next item is item number 20, Petition 2022-022 by Appaloosa Real Estate Partners for approximately 26.6 of an acre on the east side of Beard Road, north of Mallet Creek. It's in District 4. The current zoning is single-family residential. The proposed zoning is multifamily residential conditional and urban residential conditional. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to accept the zoning committee statement of consistency as our own and approve this petition?
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Ms. Johnson?
Yes, I just want to lift up the developer and just to thank them for the amenities. They're going to be providing 1 acre of parkland to Mecca County Park and Rec. They're going to provide 2 street connections for further city connectivity. They're limiting the height of the townhomes. And so I just appreciate the green space, the attention to the green space, and I look forward to the development. So I'll be supporting.
Okay, is there any other comment? All in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. That's unanimous. All right, the next item is item 21, Petition 2022-085 by the City of Charlotte for approximately 3.1 acres located on the west side of Beam Road, north of Shopton and south of Center Park Drive. It's in District 3. The current zoning is single-family residential. The proposed zoning is institutional. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to accept the recommendation as well as the statement of consistency and approve of this petition?
Motion to adopt and approve.
All right, do I have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor, please raise your hands. All right, that's unanimous. Thank you very much. All right, now we need to go back. If you will go back to the section of your book that talks about the follow-up report. Ms. Watlington asked at the end of the decisions that we go back to the follow-up report. It's under item 2 in your notebook if you have it, or immediately following meeting agenda that begins this with. So the follow-up report, Ms. Watlington?
Thank you. Just to be clear, this agenda item number 21, this one behind this insert tab, I just want to make sure that I didn't miss this.
I can't hear you.
Never mind, I'll come back to that. As far as the follow-up report, I see in here associated with 2021-257, there was a question asked about the Charlotte Water reviews and the petitions, and it was noted here by Charlotte Water that knowing about rezoning petitions are helpful in Charlotte Water's planning efforts as it brings awareness to upcoming growth and trends. It isn't until the specific development applies for a CAT review that Charlotte Water gets into the details of collection system and treatment plant adequacy. That feels like an opportunity to close a potential gap in the system. I want to make sure that I'm understanding that correctly, that unless and until a developer in particular goes to Charlotte Water and applies, that there is no significant analysis done for water capacity. Am I understanding that correctly?
As far as I know, that's correct, yeah.
Okay, I'd like to see that change. I think that we need to get that systematic so that that's a part of the review. And maybe there's levels to it. You've got some go, no-go gauges, so you don't have to do the full analysis every time. But I think that we can clean that up so we're not relying on an external initiation for a process. When we talk about infrastructure, water is included. So I think there's opportunity there, and I'd like to see that.
Well, and just to clarify, they do have to submit all that when they go in for permitting. So the entitlement process just gives them the opportunity to potentially do the project. If the project doesn't have that water sewer capacity, then they've got to work with Charlotte Water after that to either time the project where that capacity is in place, provide contributions to bring that infrastructure up to the need that would serve the project, or just wait for a project that is in the works already through capital investments or something to improve that infrastructure for them to have the capacity to do it. So if we entitle a project that doesn't have capacity, it doesn't mean that it gets built regardless. They still have to go through that process in permitting, just like a by right project would. And if there's not capacity, then they've got to work through those solutions at that stage when they're engineering the project.
So then what is Charlotte Water getting at here when they say that they're basically saying they don't necessarily know about all the petitions unless the application is put in? So how are they tracking capacity for things that don't show up on their radar?
They get all of our rezoning petitions sent to them as well. So they do evaluate all the rezoning petitions, and they look at what's going on in that area-wide system. And if they know they've got some potential capacity issues, they just put the petitioner on notice that you might have some things to do after the rezoning. If it's approved, you might have to work with us on a different level than just paying whatever tap fees you might have to, or however that process works in permitting. So they look at all the rezoning petitions, but we don't have that capacity analysis done at that point. That comes in during the permitting phase, just like they would, like I said, during a by right project. So a by right project has to deal with the same thing. If they apply for, a certain amount of homes and there's not capacity, or certain square footage and there's not capacity, then they've got to work with Charlotte Water to make sure that they've got the infrastructure to support that in order to get a permit in hand to actually build the project out.
Okay, I'd like, if we could connect on this one with Charlotte Water, because I just want to make sure that what's written here and what you just said effectively addresses all of the particular communication linkages.
Yeah, will do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that. I asked the same question of the staff, and I think that the real issue is, while we approve something, if the design changes, the engineering and the soil testing, all of those things have to be done, and then they can go to Charlotte Water and see how it works. So I think that it's done. It's just, when is it done?
Yeah.
But I believe also they have the opportunity to invest in the infrastructure themselves as well. So I think it was not clear, because I wrote down, did they come to an agreement with Charlotte Water?
Right.
That's the way I read it.
Right.
And what I learned is what Mr.
Yeah, this is kind of an opportunity to put them on notice, to say, we might have some issues that you need to address. And then
get your
if they get
permit.
it entitled, then they work through those issues on the back end. If the entitlement isn't granted, then there's no issue to work through at that point. So, but yeah, it's kind of we put you on notice that you might have some things you need to work with us on in permitting.
So in the event that they get entitled and then they can't address the issues, what happens then?
It would come down to how they can get permits to serve, whatever they're proposing, whether it's housing or commercial or industrial. They would have to make sure that they've got the capacity to do it, and it could limit their, how many units they could build or what square footage they could build. They might have to phase a project until certain other, infrastructure projects come online. They may have to contribute to those projects themselves as developers, but it would have to all be timed out to make sure there's capacity to serve.
Okay. I look
Isn't the
forward to
bottom
relook.
line that they don't get a permit if it's not done?
Yeah, but I'm saying, what does that mean to the project?
Yeah.
It sits there, it gets closed out, where does it go? And is there opportunity to have that answer before they start the permitting process?
Right. Okay, yeah, we'll connect with Charlotte Water as well, and we might need to just schedule something offline so we can all kind of talk through and understand it clearly. Yeah,
Thanks.
no problem.
Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On a similar line as Councilmember Watlington, I think it would be helpful if Charlotte Water staff actually presents the council as we're getting ready to come into meetings and discussions. Where are we with the current projects that are already on the books and our current water capacity? So that we can get an idea, and that will help, if I'm hearing my colleague correctly, that will also help the development community to look at growth. Because I know one of the challenges that I've heard, even during the time that I have not been in office, is some projects that feel like their project is put on the back burner because of not being able to pay the additional fee to offset the cost for water capacity. But if we had a better picture of what our capacity looks like in comparison to the projects that are coming through, that gives a opportunity to really look at where growth is happening and how we plan for it. And I believe it also goes back to my colleague Renee Johnson's comment regarding having a meeting that is specifically designated to looking at how we're planning growth. Because the challenge is council approves the language, then council approves a project. That project may very well be inconsistent with the language, but we are the ones that are allowing the development to happen, and then we are the ones trying to attempt to create adjustments that are better for the community. So if we have an update that's presented to all of council, whether it's in the form of a workshop, but sooner rather than later, so that we can get an idea of the projects that we already know that are on the books and what is the water capacity currently and what is it that we're looking to need an investment, so that we are not looking at some of the challenges that our sister cities in other parts of the country are facing with their water issues. Thank you.
All right.
Madam Mayor, if I-
Mr. Winston?
No, I'm hearing Ms. Watlington, Ms. Mayfield. Clearly, you know, it is one thing to say that we'll take care of it in permitting, but I think we look at some neighborhoods and we look at the challenges that we've had when it comes to capacity, for instance, around Scaly Bark and, you know, up and down South Boulevard, the disruption that a lot of the community have felt, you know, because, you know, the type of level of development wasn't, I don't think it was necessarily anticipated. And when you had certain developments going up higher than was anticipated, as Ms. Charles often says, there's a lot of brushing and flushing, and you don't anticipate those issues. Those can, you can run into some severe problems that are more expensive to work on after all is said and done. So I think Ms. Charles would love to talk to us about some of those things, and I think we could have that type of a conversation because it's pretty relevant. I don't know, maybe it's something in the bigger context of that infrastructure conversation Mr. Mayor Lyles was talking
I
about.
think that we've got some ideas about how we're going to deal with safety across all of the committees. I don't know if this might be a good start for budget and intergovernmental to talk about this as an issue, because it's first an enterprise fund, so everybody's paying into it for whatever gets done. It's not a property tax supported fund, and it's also a place where we have other communities that join us in our system that we work with, and that intergovernmental connection. So it may be good to just start off with that kind of discussion there. If we can do that and have Ms. Charles do that, I think that would be a helpful start to it. So I expect that growth and infrastructure will come across a number of every committee as well when we're talking about what we're trying to do with housing and what we're trying to do with transportation and the UDO and all of that. So why don't we take a start and see if there's a model there.
Can you
All
get in
right.
charge?
All right, Miss, I'm sorry.
Are you
I'll
gonna-
write something up and send it to Yes. Ms. Johnson?
Thank you. Is there a way that we can ask our residents to reach out to us? Maybe if there's an email address we can create. I know in my neighborhood, I've had neighbors that have had to mitigate stormwater flooding multiple times. The neighborhood across the street, Chestnut, the neighborhoods that we talked about earlier today. So are we actually capturing how big of a problem this is for residents in the city? If there was an email address or something that the residents can reach out to let us know the stormwater issues they're having, so that we can begin to really capture how big of a problem this is in our city and that it needs to be addressed.
I think there is some work that's been done by the staff around stormwater as an enterprise fund as well. Mr. Driggs may know better about that, but I think that there is an issue that we at one time counted everything in the last step. I don't know, Mr. Driggs, in terms of stormwater, the survey of stormwater needs, how they're done, and I thought that there was some discussion around that already.
So the stormwater budget does have an operating component, a capital component. The capital component is based on an inventory of the facilities we have and the anticipated needs for repairs and new investment, similar to Charlotte Water. So that is in place. I don't know to what extent it takes on board individual expected development proposals, but it should also be noted we do have quite a robust process through our stormwater engineers for considering any petition and requiring mitigation in such a way that the absorption of water is no different, is better than or the same as before. So I think it's a good environment. There's probably room for more information.
I think we should look at the inventory that we have and maybe review that and see how get us educated on what we're doing and what's included already in our inventory. So another opportunity for an enterprise fund and the committee that works in this area. Ashmira?
Thank you. I think it would be helpful to provide a copy of the work that was done a couple of years ago so that we are not reinventing the wheels here. I think we had $1 billion stormwater crisis that I remember Mr. Driggs was the chair of the committee, which we worked through and adjusted the program. So I think the reference material could help, and then we can certainly discuss it further to Ms. Johnson's question.
If I may just mention, that
Excuse me.
related to requests for service as
Exactly.
opposed to the maintenance and development of our infrastructure. Thank you.
Ms. Watlington?
Yep, I know we're talking about stormwater here, and we were talking about water, the domestic water earlier, but I think as we go about doing this, I'd love to see how this connects to our community area planning process, because I know we're talking budget, but from a planning standpoint, all of these things that go into infrastructure should inform what we do think should go where. I know we've got this policy map. We've already talked a couple of times tonight about instances in which what's on the policy map is not the intention of what they want to go there. I know we spoke about how the environment changed around particular development areas where things would have made sense in a particular way, and now it's changed. I think those things have to be at the table as we're having this community area planning discussion, because otherwise what are we planning, right? So to the extent that we can understand how those go together, I think that's got to be a part of the work, even as we talk about the infrastructure committee. If they're 2 months out and we're talking about beginning a stormwater process, that feels like a disconnect.
Well, I think this is ideal for October the 3rd, when we have the committee meetings and we can have a deeper discussion, especially when we come together as a combined group of everyone to be able to do more around this. What are our ideas? What are we thinking about? And that is the whole idea of having all of council kind of have the opportunity to talk about what's on our minds and where we can make a difference on that. So we'll just keep on pushing that until we get to the committee reports, and then the discussion by the full council, which is going to be led by the committee chairs on October the 3rd, which isn't too far away. So, all right, I know that there are a number of people waiting on public hearings now, and we have completed our decisions and the follow-up report. So we will now go to those items that we have public hearings. You've heard those that have been deferred. And so our first public hearing that I have, Mr. Patton, is petition 2021-274 by Dickerson Realty, Florida, for approximately 6/10 of an acre located on the west side of West Carson, south of Mint Street, West Palmer. It's in District 3. The current zoning is mixed-use development. The proposed zoning is transit-oriented development. The staff has reviewed and recommends approval of this petition. Mr. Patton?
Thank you.
Let me pull out my sheet of speakers now. Is the latest sheet dated 3/33, Philly? Thank you. All right. So, Mr. Patton, we will have a staff presentation.
Great.
And Mr. McVeigh will be our first person up. And we have 3 speakers and 1 in opposition. So Mr. McVeigh and Mr. Joyner will speak for. Mr. Patrick Bugas will be against. So we have 10 minutes.
All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-274, it's just over a half an acre on West Carson, just on Graham Street, just south of Mint Street. It is currently zoned, as mentioned, MUD, Mixed Use Development District, and the proposed zoning is for TODUC. You can see on the slide we've got a lot of that TODUC zoning that was done through 2019-109, which was the alignment rezoning for TOD. This petition would have been included in that. Other than it being a MUD conditional, we didn't take conditional plans through that alignment process. So just wanted to note that. It is recommended for a regional activity center for this site and the surrounding area on the 2040 policy map. This is a conventional TOD request, so there's no site plan or conditions, no outstanding issues to make council aware, and staff is recommending approval of this petition. It is consistent with the policy map recommendation for regional activity center. It's within a half-mile walk of the Carson Station. That TODUC district is applicable within that half-mile walking distance, and we'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation and presentation by the public. Thank you.
All right, Mr. McVeigh, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor.
You don't have to use them all.
I'll try to be efficient with your time and our time. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council, members of Zoning Committee, Keith McVeigh with Moore Van Allen. Jeff Brown of our firm and I are assisting Dickerson Realty of Florida, Inc. with this petition. With me tonight, as you mentioned, Mayor, is John Joyner. He's the petitioner and represents the property owner. I want to thank Dave for his presentation. As Dave mentioned, I'll have to get used to using the clicker again. Site is located just south of John Belk Freeway and Carson, in close proximity to the BFA's current stadium and Charlotte Pike property. The future Silver Line, alignment of the Silver Line actually has a station in close proximity to the site as well. Site is zoned MUD and is used for a surface parking lot. This site in the area is located in an area that has become an extension of downtown and South End. As you go by the site, you'll see that occurring as currently underway. A lot of new development in the area of higher density residential. The area, as a result, the area is really an appropriate location for the type of development allowed and encouraged by the TOD Urban Center District. As Dave mentioned, the site is also within a half mile of the existing Carson Blue Line station. Most of the zoning in this area is TOD Urban Center and I-2. There is some I-2 as you move to the west. The proposed zoning is TOD Urban Center, which would align it with the majority of the zoning that's in the area. As Dave mentioned, was established by the 2019 alignment rezoning. As this map shows, there are really 3 predominant zoning categories here. UMUD, purple to the right, TOD Urban Center, to the lighter beige, and then the one spot of red, that's the site itself, which is MUD, and then I-2, as I mentioned, going to the west. The MUD zoning for this part of the area or the parcel, rezoning this half acre to TOD Urban Center really brings the property up to date with zoning on the surrounding parcels, and is really the most current zoning category with the most up-to-date urban design standards and regulations, including the bonus provisions for additional height, which the MUD district is not subject to. As Dave mentioned, 2040 plan does show all this area and all the surrounding parcels for the general area and any parcels in the surrounding area as a regional activity center. As I mentioned, an extension of downtown and South End. This petition, as Dave mentioned, is consistent with this with the policy map in terms of regional activity center, the TOD zoning district being the right category to implement that activity center, that place type. The difference between MUD and and TOD urban center, just quickly to run through those, the TOD urban center, TOD UC zoning district has a more appropriate list of uses than the MUD district. The MUD district allows service stations, climate control, storage, automobile repair, building materials, sales, equipment rental, and uses. Those are things that are allowed in MUD but not allowed in the TOD urban center district. The TOD urban center does allow buildings height up to 130 feet, and then without a bonus provision above 130 feet, utilizing the bonus provisions. MUD allows buildings up to 120 feet, but is not subject to the bonus provisions at all. TOD urban center brings, as I mentioned before, more up-to-date building design standards that regulate building form and use as well as type. MUD district are older set of standards than the current TOD district. In terms of side yards, we did have several conversations with the residents of the Altura townhomes that are new townhomes that were built in 2019, 2020, just to our south of the site, right here. We've had several conversations with the residents to understand some of their concerns about side yards. Both zoning districts, the current zoning on the ground, the proposed zoning district, don't have side yards in this situation, don't require side yards. The MUD district has a 10-foot building separation. The townhomes are actually about 12 and a half feet off the property line, so that would allow a building under MUD to be on the property line. TOD urban center the same way. The only other point I would mention here is in the translation, the MUD district will translate to the Community Activity Center 2 district next June, on June 1st. The new CAC 2 district allows building heights up to 200 feet with the bonus provisions, and again, does not require a side yard in this particular situation. Now, side yards may be provided by the development that occurs on this site. As Dave mentioned, this is a conventional rezoning request, so we don't have specific development plans at this time. We're happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. McVeigh.
Yes, sir.
And John Joyner is not speaking.
Available to answer questions.
They got to do the opposition.
If you'd like to speak, you still have about 5 minutes.
Anything further they have to.
Thank you. Patrick Buggus, you are recognized for 10 minutes.
Good evening, Council. My name is Patrick Bugis, and I'm here on behalf of Altura South End HOA. The Altura community is 31 townhomes located directly next door to the property in the petition. The HOA submitted an official statement to Council, which I hope you all have received and read, so I won't read it word for word, but I wanted to summarize some of our thoughts. Our community's request is that the Council seeks to have this petition converted to a conditional rezoning, which would then require a site plan, or else reject the petition until our concerns are addressed by the eventual developer. While we've had friendly discussions with the petitioner, the heart of the issue is they cannot provide any details about the potential future of this site because they are not themselves a developer. Instead, they plan on selling their investment to a developer. Given that TOD-UC is the densest zoning type that allows for the largest breadth of outcomes, the lack of any plans or ideas about what the property may become has our residents worried. As you could likely understand, they're worried about worst-case scenarios. Among them, they're worried about how close a new building would be given TOD's lack of side yard requirements. And while they understand Community Activity Center 2 also doesn't have, we would at least love the opportunity to engage with any sort of site plan to potentially benefit both parties on side yards. They're worried about the potential height that TOD allows for, which is up to 300 feet. We're talking about our townhomes, which are 3-story townhomes. They're concerned about the minimal open space required versus the current zoning. With Community Activity Center 2, which this MUD will eventually become, TOD-UC requires 50% less open space. And we're concerned about the traffic. Minter Place there is a privately paid for and maintained drive. Our bedrooms and garages open out onto it. As you can see, the property, one of the two access points, or the main access point for this specific lot, is South Graham Street. And it goes down to West Palmer Street, which has lights on it. Minter Place does not, so we get cut-through traffic, and we're concerned about any sort of development-created traffic and what it would have on our private driveway. So without any input into any sort of site plan, the residents are worried about ending up with a 20 or 30-story tower built next door, like what's being built on Camden Road or Tremont. Neither of those are directly adjacent to residential uses. Such a tower could sit right on the property line, as Keith mentioned, literally on the property line, feet away from all of our residents' windows. And I know previous council and many of the current council members were wary of the disconnect between adjacent uses and the types of buildings that the new UDO could lead to, with some big disconnects between height and uses and density. Well, here's a prime example. It's already happening. We're not anti-development, again, but unfortunately, this rezoning decision is the only opportunity that our residents have to try and have any input into the design of the lot and what goes in next door. If this rezoning is approved as a conventional petition, then anything can happen as long as it follows the letter of the ordinances and codes. Instead, we would like this rezoning decision to include some information or site plans and commitments to hopefully at least try to compromise on certain concerns and help us understand what we will be living next door to. If we can't get that, then we would prefer the site remain MUD and be converted next June into Community Activity Center 2. Again, lower height limits as well as more open space requirements under that, among other things. We're sympathetic to the petitioner wanting to maximize his investment by getting this conventional rezoning done. But Altura homeowners have also invested millions of dollars into their properties. Just because this is South End, and as city staff has put it, in the line of redevelopment and rezoning, doesn't mean that this can't be or that this should be rubber stamped without the opportunity for additional compromise and information. Being pro-densification and redevelopment does not mean you can't try to provide the homeowners with some information, protections, and a voice to try and compromise on what goes in next door. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bucas. Mr. McVeigh, you have 2 minutes for your rebuttal.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. As Patrick mentioned, we have had several conversations with him and a couple of other members of his board. We have looked at a way to provide additional information regarding the development, but Mr. Joyner and his company are not developers. They are the property owners. They're seeking to align the zoning with the zoning on the remainder of the property that's already zoned TOD Urban Center, which is, again, the more appropriate zoning district than MUD. It does allow additional height, but after 120 feet, whether it's 200 feet or 300 feet, I'm sure the difference in terms of to the adjacent townhomes is going to be hard to notice when the side yards are all the same. If we could provide information regarding the plan, we would be happy to, but we don't have a specific plan at this time. Again, trying to align the zoning. We did look at seeing a way to provide a 5-foot side yard requirement between the property line as a note or a condition. However, part of the issue that comes up here is this site has easements on the other portion of the site that narrow the developable area of the site, making it prohibitive to provide an additional 5-foot side yard adjacent to the neighbors. They have a private street on their property. We would have access on Graham and Mint. We would not look to, or a developer of this site would not have the right to use the private street within the townhomes, and that's something that I'm sure that could be regulated by gates on the townhomes, private street. Open space, The TOD does require 5% of the site to be open space and 50% of that to be public. MUD does not require any public open space and is only a 1% open space requirement. CAC2 does increase that to 10% with a 50% or 25% public open space requirement, but that open space can also be met on the roof of the building. So there are some differences. They're subtle, but again, the zoning and the existing zoning and the proposed zoning allow the same type of development.
Thank you, Mr. McVeigh. Now it's time for council questions or comments. Mr. Bakari?
I just have a side.
Mr. Bakari, yeah, sorry.
I'm not going to comment on this specifically. Just as a side note for staff, Dave and you guys, given that now we're in the new post-UDO, post-comp plan world, but before it actually happens and some process questions exist, I think we have to have a new section in this page that basically lays out for us, this is what we're heading towards in a post-June 1, 2023 world, and what would be done automatically. There's so much confusion that it is, I mean, it's existed in several items already just today. I know we don't have all the answers yet, but maybe as a starting point, just like where you have staff recommendations, there's almost a block right under it that says, if you do nothing, this is exactly where it's heading. And we tease out from there because this is just going to get worse and worse and worse for us.
Wallington?
I agree with that because a couple of my questions have to do with exactly that. Asking to reiterate, I've spoken a number of times with residents and the developer and petitioner to agent on this one. This MUD piece, I know we're comparing the existing to the proposed. However, given that the UDO is slotted for next year to be entitled or to be effective, likely MUD is really not the discussion, right? It's what is the Community Activity Center 2 versus this Todd UC.
Right.
So given that, I just would like to understand real quickly two things. The difference between the Community Activity Center 2 in terms of open space and in terms of side yard, if any, versus the TODUC.
That's probably something I'll have to get you either in a follow-up report or take some time to kind of read through.
You mean you don't have this memorized?
Not have it all memorized yet. So, yeah, I apologize for that, but I just haven't had the capacity to get in and understand what all the requirement and differences are between that. The TOD districts aren't changing greatly, so what we've got on the ground on TOD now is going to be pretty well intact in the UDO minus some tweaks. But yeah, I'd have to dive into that a little bit more to see what the differences are. And you're asking about the difference in open space, just so I know what we need to follow up with you on.
The open space and the setback, essentially the side yard.
Okay.
Those are the two main things, because I think as I listen to the residents, those are the two big issues that we're really looking at in terms of what impacts them.
Okay.
The other piece, while I certainly understand the idea that if you had a developer, you could have a site plan. When we think about going forward with TOD and this adjacent uses, I think you all hit the nail on the head in the discussion that that's really the crux of it, right? We talk about broadly what makes sense, but how do these parcels line up next to each other, especially that are already built upon? I think that's the question here, and we've got to, I want to plus one, if you will, to my colleague, that those are some of the things that we got to figure out quickly because they're already here. I have other questions specific to the petitioner, but probably best asked offline only because they're specific to kind of your particular business case. But I'd be interested to understand what could be possible in terms of identifying a developer and coming back with some ideas of potential so that there's a little bit more information provided to the residents and so that there could at least be that condition associated with the setback and how does that really truly impact the developer. So this one, I think this is one of what will be many as it relates to us trying to decide what is proper land use when we already know we have existing conflicts but don't exactly know what's coming in the future. So we'll touch base offline and talk a little bit more about that piece.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks.
All right, is there any further discussion on this or any further questions for the petitioner? Do I have a motion to close?
So moved.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Thank you.
Mayor.
All right, the next item is item 27, rezoning petition 2022-020 by Density Partners, approximately 7/10 of an acre located on the west side of DeWitt, east of Ellenwood on Freeland. It's in District 3. Its current zoning is R5, single-family residential. Proposed zoning is UR3, conditional, urban residential conditional. Staff does not recommend approval of this petition in its current form. And because the staff is not in support of this petition, the petitioner will have 10 minutes, as well as the folks that are against it will have 10 minutes for presentation to the council. So with that, we'll have the staff presentation, and then we'll hear from Eric Lemieux. Thank you. All right.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2022-020. It's 0.71 acres located on Freeland Lane, just off of DeWitt and Ellenwood Place. It's currently zoned, as mentioned, R5. Proposed zoning is for UR3 conditional. The adopted place type on the 2040 policy map does recommend Neighborhood 1. You can see we also have some community activity center and regional activity center in the immediate surrounding area as well. The proposal under this petition is to construct up to 16 residential units. They would be in groupings of no more than 6 in each building and a minimum of 3 buildings on the site. Maximum building height would be 40 feet, which is consistent with our single-family zoning districts as well as the R5 district that it's currently zoned. Residential structures would be placed within a build-to zone, of 0 to 20 feet, and that would begin at the 18-foot setback from the proposed back of curb. Surface parking spaces would be located to the rear of the buildings, and vehicular access to the garages would also be from the rear of the buildings when they're not facing frontage or on common open space. Residential structures would also incorporate architectural elements such as usable porches and stoops, balconies, bay windows, and raised entries of 18 inches or greater above grade. It does commit to provide either 400 square feet of private open space per unit or develop 10% of the site as usable common open space, and also includes the following transportation and pedestrian improvements: 8-foot planting strip and 8-foot sidewalk along all frontages. That would be Ellenwood, Freeland, and the portion on DeWitt. Also installs curb and gutter on DeWitt Lane to provide optional on-street parking adjacent to a standard bike lane per the Charlotte Streets map. Just note, if that street parking is built out, the petitioner would then stripe a 5-foot bike lane and a 3-foot buffer between that on-street parking and the bike lane. Along Freeland and Ellenwood, the petitioner would install curb and gutter to provide on-street parking. Access would be provided generally where those areas on the red arrows are. That would be along, Ellenwood Place or Freeland Lane, or alternatively, they provide 2 one-way driveways with an ingress on Freeland and an egress on Ellenwood. So you would come in the site on Freeland and you'd exit the site on Ellenwood. And then also commits to provide accessible ramps at both street intersections. As mentioned, staff does not recommend approval of the petition in its current form. It is inconsistent with that policy recommendation for Neighborhood 1. Our rationale has been written out, included in your staff report, is pretty lengthy, so I won't get into all of that with y'all here, just reading it verbatim from the slide, but just know that staff had some general concerns about some of the transition for the building forms along Freeland as they encroach a little bit further into the neighborhood. It's a bit of a challenging site from a standpoint of constraints as far as size goes, but it's also a bit of a challenging site as well, just given the proximity to the existing single family, as well as in an area that's seeing some pretty increased development pressures from being close to that transit station there. I think we're really within about a half mile of a transit station. So, but there's a petition staff would like to continue to work on and see some changes to before our recommendation to be reconsidered. So with that, we'll turn it over to the petitioner and the opposition speakers, and we'll take any questions following their presentations. Thank you.
Thank you. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor.
And also with Robert Kepner, both of you, within the two of you have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of City Council. My name is Eric Lemieux with Density Partners. I'm a small-scale developer, and we're actually very grateful to be able to present this petition to you all. We're also appreciative of the engagement with the community, and are looking forward to receiving the feedback in opposition this evening. We're also appreciative of the city staff feedback. Our values for Density Partners, we focus on urban infill, small-scale projects with transit access, architectural integrity, housing diversity, walkability, and open space. So the rezoning site is approximately 0.2 miles from Skelly Bark Station. Everything in purple is TOD zoning. You'll notice in the planned southwest portion of the screen, there's a little pocket actually further away from our site that's recently been rezoned to TOD. Everything in yellow is currently R5 zoning. I've been working with the community, and the name of that neighborhood is Freeland Park. It was actually rezoned in, I believe, 1993 for multifamily zoning before the light rail. We have 3 properties currently under contract, highlighted in green in the top left corner of your screen. And I'm with Rob Kepner for parcels 1 and 2. He's a property owner. So just to follow up on the context, these are some recent petitions that have been rezoned for TOD or urban residential from single-family zoning that are noticeably further away from Skelly Bark Station. So we took that into account. We initially actually started and reviewed with staff for the possibility of a conventional TOD zoning, but after receiving the engagement and all the comments back from the community, we collaborated with staff and also with Councilmember Waltington. We thought it was most appropriate to change our petition to conditional to allow for appropriate engagement to take place given the existing single-family fabric of Freeland Park. So this is our current site plan submittal, and you'll notice that we've committed to essentially TOD standards within a conditional site plan to essentially limit the residential uses that can be permitted on site. The Build To zone will orient all the units to the sidewalk. We've committed to pedestrian crossing improvements, recessed curb line for traffic calming, public parking to be accommodated by the residents of Freeland Park as well as residents for our future community. So we were very appreciative with staff's pre-hearing analysis, and we understood that they recognized the value our project would bring with accomplishing goals 1, 2, and 4 through 6. I think we can acknowledge and we understand that we have more work to do with goals 3, housing access for all, and goal 9, retain our identity and charm. And we understand it's very sensitive given Freeland Park is an existing single-family established neighborhood. So we'd really like to commit to contributing to the neighborhood fabric through architectural design standards, given that's one of our values. Like Dave mentioned, we'd like to limit our height to 40 feet, which is the existing allowable height in R5 zoning. We're proposing a minimum of 3 buildings to remain consistent with the 3 single-family homes that are currently on the site. And given Freeland Park's strong communal atmosphere, speaking with the neighbors, we thought it'd be appropriate to incorporate front porches or balconies fronting the sidewalk to engage with future neighbors. In terms of housing access for all, we're really committed to providing home ownership opportunities with limited or no vehicular access, as well as reducing the cost burden of transportation costs. And we're also looking forward to providing smaller units, hopefully which would, of course, then lead to more attainably priced units, given market demands, as well as having smaller units with the HOA in place to make the units less maintenance driven. So after walking around in the neighborhood and doing some research, images 1 and 2 are some recent projects that are either in construction or recently finished. And I think we can understand and some of the concerns from the community about all the development activity that's happening around Freeland Park. And then also there's a affordable housing project planned that is a large single-family, 4 to 6 story building. That's also planned on DeWitt. So I think we understand where the concerns are coming from the community. So given that we're trying to focus in on retaining our identity and charm with the comp plan, we thought it'd be helpful to start thinking through some conceptual architectural imagery. Images 3 and 4 show some mass reduction techniques architecturally to kind of disguise or be thoughtful about how we design our buildings. Images 1 and 2 show some great front porches in the Dilworth community that we thought might be appropriate given our context in the neighborhood. Images 1, 2, and 3 are some architectural conceptual images. We're really fond of number 3. That's a project that is, I think it executes very well in terms of delivering a single family feel within an established neighborhood that's single family. This was actually a report from the Brookings Institute. Gentle density can save our neighborhoods. And then, of course, I'm sure this is a graphic that you're familiar with, missing middle housing. And essentially the thesis of their findings is where land is expensive, building more homes per parcel increases affordability. And we took that to heart, after digesting staff's feedback about possibly reducing building massing or building form as we encroach into the neighborhood further. And when we started thinking through that a little bit more on the development side, I actually took a picture that's of a duplex project that's being built near South End. It's larger, it's certainly going to feel more like a single family home, but from our perspective with our development philosophy, we thought that might lead to a more expensive product. It'd be more supportive of cars. It kind of goes against our development niche that we've created for ourselves. So after all of the opportunities we've had to review with the citizens and the neighbors, after having a community meeting, we thought it was helpful, but I think we're trying to understand the key issues so we can collectively deliver a successful project into the neighborhood. Some of our big takeaways were it seemed like they didn't support apartments or future townhome projects, may not necessarily support or value walkability or transit. They desire more parking, concerned this petition may drive out neighbors from their homes. They desire new market rate single-family homes, believe density will contribute toward more problems or crime. And I think we certainly are, cognizant of those concerns, and we would, certainly welcome and remain open to working with the community while still trying to meet the goals of the city. Item number 2, I've reviewed some of the public benefits, but I think the biggest item that we certainly would like to take care to is displacement risk. And I think the city recently rolled this out, the displacement risk dashboard. And there's currently 3 vulnerability displacement metrics. I believe it's 4 or more becomes a very vulnerable displacement neighborhood profile. So I'm trying to certainly remain committed, and we'll be proactive working with the local community, working possibly with the county on tax relief strategies, or even working with the Nest Commission. And I understand that they're just now, getting kicked off with their work planning. So certainly would like to hopefully maybe use my project as an example or a collaborative type of effort. And I'd like to introduce Rob as our property owner in terms of reviewing it from his perspective as the seller.
Good evening.
You have about a minute left.
Yes, ma'am. I'll be brief. My name's Rob Kepner. My wife and I have lived in the neighborhood for a decade. We've owned the homes that we're talking about today for almost 2 decades. There before the light rail, before Old Mecklenburg Brewery and all the other things that are around us. I really just came here today because when I read through what staff had written, it seemed a little unfair that our petition was not supported by staff. I walked out, stood in my driveway, and saw 18 units going up across the street. Why couldn't units go right here? I then walked over to the other house, and I stood there, and I looked, and I'm like, man, that building going up is going to be 25 stories high, 30 feet across the street. I am for keeping this a neighborhood. The neighborhood's just going to be a little bit different with a little bit more density. I just see that drop from 25 stories to a single-family home seems a little dramatic, and having...
Thank you. I'm sorry, we have these rules, so
Thank you, ma'am.
really appreciate it. If you want to send any comments to the city clerk, we can have those incorporated as well. All right, so next we have Anita Zeri, followed by Alice Kelly. Zeri and Ms. Kelly, come down. If you gentlemen would step over to that side, you can step over to this side or down those steps. That would be helpful. Thank you. And please be careful coming down those steps. I know that they're pretty steep, but we got a good banister for you.
How many minutes do I have?
All right, first, let's have your name. I didn't know if you were Miss Zeri or Miss Kelly.
Okay. Yes, I'm Anita Zareh. I'm here in opposition of Petition 2022-020. And I just wanted to know how long I got, because I made my speech for 3 minutes.
Well, no, you actually, because you're in opposition, you have 10 minutes. But we also is Miss Kelly coming as well to speak?
No.
No. Okay, sorry. So you have 10 minutes.
Okay, well, I can do 10 minutes. Does anybody want to say anything? Okay.
Your minutes are counted.
All right. Excuse me. Okay, good evening, Ms. Mayor and council members. As I said, I'm Anita Zareh from Freeland Park, and we're all opposing Petition 2022-020. I'm just going to read what I said because it's a lot of technical stuff going on about the different types of coding, and I did look at that coding enforcement or coding book, zoning codes. You need a degree in engineering to understand all that. So we're just residents of a neighborhood from 50, 60, 70, 80 years, when that part of Charlotte was nothing but country. So our neighborhood of single-family homes have been a part of Charlotte for nearly 90 years or longer. From when E.H. Jacobs Manufacturing Company opened its second plant in Freeland Park around 1926 to the grand opening of Queen Park Drive-In movie theater. We have seen many changes. Mark Twain said, "We're in favor of progress, it's changes we don't like, but we know change is coming." We even saw the name of Pine Road change to South Boulevard. We have not had many major troubles until recently. I think since all the construction, some of our neighbors have had people in their yards at 3 a.m. uninvited trying to open their doors. We know each other by first names. Now we are facing problems that no one is able to imagine except those living through them. We are the victims. Everyone is excited about city growth, yet we are not experiencing that same level of excitement. We are under stress and pressure from non-resident individuals for their own personal gain. It's like being bullied by someone using their power or perceived power over persons that may not be able to stop it from happening. Not only will our neighborhood be changed visually, it will be changed forever. Those 40 feet walls are replacing 40 feet trees. The skyline view is gone. We use our yards to garden, to play, to socialize. We don't have clubhouse amenities. We have tree-lined sidewalks. There will be problems we'll have to deal with and get nothing for our inconveniences. Things may occur years from now I'm a scientist, and that's how I think scientifically. Things could occur from now that were set in motion today. For example, the shifting of the soil during demolition. Okay, the example I use is if you dig a grave, not to be morbid, because today is my birthday, so I'm celebrating life.
Happy birthday.
But if you dig a hole and then try to put that soil back in it, you're gonna need extra soil to fill it up because the air pockets has been disseminated and now it's not gonna be the same. And so when they do demolition and it shakes the soil under our homes, that's caused settling to our foundations. We may not know about it until later, and we may not be able to even prove it, but they will be gone, and we will have those financial burdens to deal with. Also, the excess water runoff. In 2018, a newly built single-family home, 2,000 square feet, was built, and the runoff water left a swimming pool in my backyard, my neighbor's backyard, before it ran through 3 other yards down to the drain. So that was just one property of 2,000 square feet. What the petitioner wants to do is increase the impenetrable surface much more than that. So because we sit on top of a hill, everybody says we're on the hill, the highest point in Charlotte, that water's going to run down. So we're concerned about that as well. And I heard that earlier about the stormwater runoff. But those are not the things that the developer and the investors talk about because they had not experienced it. So in our community meeting, the developer, along with the zoning commissioner, noted their concern for future residents and providing housing options near public transit. But I live right 1, 2, 3, the 4th house there. And I can sit on my porch on DeWitt Lane and see the train, and I can see the people going and coming. And it's really not that many, but construction is still going on because we got about 1,000 units, housing units surrounding our neighborhood now. That's about the size of Bryson City when we went up to Beach Mountain. So we're not wanting to block their project, but it just won't fit the makeup of the neighborhood. And again, the zoning portion, that was not even an issue. The only thing is that the egress point is right beside my dad's house, and he's an older guy, because again, most of the people there have been there 50, 60, 70 years, and 80 years, excuse me, and that's just gonna be too much. You know, the street now needs to be repaired on Ellenwood because it's sinking. And the story that we've been told is that we're sitting on a gold mine or some kind of lake cavern. So the middle of Ellenwood is sinking. And I'm like, okay, extra traffic on that street already that's sinking is gonna add to more problem. But someone said they would fix the street. Okay, so now why is it that they didn't fix the street before, and now that we gotta wait for someone who doesn't live there? And I thought Density was a place out of Canada, but I could be wrong. So now they're gonna fix that. But it's still gonna change the fabric of the neighborhood. It won't be the neighborhood that we moved to. And like I said, with 1,000 units already built, and the one across the street has already been sold, and it was just finished last year, sold to a different company in Tennessee, they had 344 units for rent. So as we know all the people in our neighborhood now, when we see people walking, we don't know who they are, where they came from, or anything. And sometimes I'm concerned that the developers and the investors are not saying everything accurately. Because one, and probably a lot of them, has said that they welcome pets. So we had to get pet signs because the people are not cleaning up the pet poop. And they say they have a dog walk, but we haven't seen the dog walks. They say they didn't have any problems with parking, but we had to contact CDOT about free land because people were parking on free land and you had to cross the yellow line. And I'm like, well, they're supposed to have parking spaces. So everything that they're saying ahead of time seems like it changes over the course of the project. And then once, my belief is that once it's done, the fence is where I can't undo it. So what I'm trying to do is prevent it before it happens. Okay, again, I say I'm a scientist, and I believe an ounce of prevention is worth more than a pound of cure. So I say just get in front of it now rather than later, because then it's going to be too late. And nobody wants to sell, but again, we're going to be burdened because as I was contacted by a zoning commissioner, it's going to increase our property values. Well, who wants to increase property value? Taxes. So that means we're going to have to pay more money. And again, we're an older neighborhood and many on retirement benefits. We're not buying the $400,000 units.
Thank you very much for your comments.
And I apologize for anything that I may have said to offend anyone.
Good.
You're fine, thank you. I know. So, and now the petitioner, you have 2 minutes rebuttal.
I apologize, Madam Mayor. Do I not need to wait for the second speaker against, or do I have a?
Ms. Kelly no longer spoke, so
Oh,
Ms.
okay.
Zari did the 10 minutes in
Understood.
opposition.
Thank you. And thank you, Anita, for all the feedback. I was trying to quickly write some notes just so I can hopefully address the majority of it. In terms of, the yard encroachments at 3 a.m., I don't know as a private developer what I could personally commit to aside from, the police department possibly being able to support. Our project, our units would be oriented towards the street, so there would be more eyes on the street since our units would be oriented towards the sidewalks. In terms of City of Growth, our density partners was really founded so we could provide more innovative housing to support and fill a niche for either really all genders or all ages that are looking to live in the urban lifestyle and live a multimodal transportation type of way of life, just so there's a real option to stay close to the city. In terms of the trees, I will acknowledge that trees will likely be removed, but we can certainly commit to replanting new trees, and there'll be additional street trees that are planted to cover our sidewalks more than there currently is today. We are not planning to provide clubhouse amenities. That also helps us provide a more attainable product that'll feel more like a single-family home. In terms of shifting of soil through demolition, we'll be getting a geotech report from a sealed professional engineer to review those possibilities, to be mindful of those potential concerns. In terms of excess water runoff, we're weighing the pros and cons of parking versus green space. Unfortunately, those are kind of contradictory. We'd like to provide just on-street parking with private backyards so it feels like a true single-family home. But we've also received concerns from the neighborhood about there not being adequate parking.
Your time is up. Thank you very much. Are there, Ms. Watlington, we'll begin with questions and then followed by Ms. Ajmira.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've got a question for Ms. Anita and Dave. I see here, and of course we spoke about staff's position in regards to this as it relates to displacement and fitting the neighborhood. I'd like to understand what would work here. And I'd like to hear that from Ms. Anita and from Dave.
I think from us, we're still, we've got a neighborhood one place type in this location, which is mainly, what we've talked about throughout the process of adopting all this is the, single family, duplex, triplex, potentially quadplexes in this area. So what's being proposed, particularly as you get into the Freeland, the Ellenwood portion of the project, I think that's where we'd like to see some of that transition to either a duplex or a triplex on that street, line up a little bit better with the existing homes, so you kind of still feel like it's integrated into that neighborhood. One thing we all need to be aware of, and we talked about this a little bit earlier on the last petition, the community as a whole is zoned R5. So when that translation happens on June 1, goes to one of our neighborhood 1 districts, some of that will be allowed on those lots. So if we see that that's going to maybe be a development pattern there, we'd like to try to get that started on the right foot, potentially here on the Ellenwood side. The Freeland side maybe gives us a little bit less concern if we wanted to add a few units. I think that's maybe the place to do it, where we're not encroaching into the neighborhood itself a little bit more. So I think we're still kind of grappling back and forth with how to balance some of this, because we do recognize it is an area that is getting a lot of attention for development, given that it's close to that transit spot. But it's also an area that we've identified as staying within that neighborhood 1 place type, because there was some, I think, effort to acknowledge that there's an existing neighborhood there, and if we do things to do some infill, that it should more align with some of those neighborhood 1 principles, and this, particularly on that Ellenwood side, kind of goes a little bit beyond what that comfort level would be with that neighborhood 1 place type. But I'd also be interested to hear from the community as well, to see what they might feel would be of a best fit for that, just to see again where the two gaps may be, and how we might be able to work through and kind of bridge something through the middle on that.
You have to come back down, Ms. Anita.
Okay.
All right. Ms. Watlington, did you? Okay.
Okay. What I had suggested back in April was a house for a house. If you take a house, put another house. There are other neighborhoods that are not affected, and the overuse of us being close to the light rail is just enough. And it's already a lot of people there. So if you wanted to build a duplex, a triplex, or a quadruplex that looks like a house, that would blend in with the neighborhood. But if you're putting up a 40-foot anything, it's not going to blend with the neighborhood. And when you go down Freeland and you look down the street, you won't even see our neighborhood. Then, if they do that on that particular corner, what about Stephen on the other corner? He may take a notion to do the same thing. Now we're going to be completely boxed in. This is all the townhouses, and this is us down here. Do you see us? No. So that's why I said a house for a house. And where that red double arrow is for the egress, that's my dad's house. And I'm like, you're going to have people going in and out on a neighborhood that they advertise as being quiet and secluded.
So you're okay with a house for a house in terms of the size and scale?
Yeah, the house of a house. But
Okay.
then that's the way it's still going to look like it's a house.
Makes
And they
sense.
have big houses over by Freedom Park that are duplexes. They look like mega houses. But according to someone I talked to, that's not going to fit in the numbers that they calculate.
I got you. So that's actually my follow-up question. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Eric, can you speak to if you all have looked at that in terms of that level of density in terms of the duplex, quadplexes, triplexes, and what that could look like?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Wallington. I think Holly might be controlling the slides. Holly, is it possible to show the, oh wait, yes, thank you. So we've looked at a couple of different options. I think one of our favorite options are kind of camouflaging, single-family architecture within, a multiplex or a triplex or a quadplex, breaking up the massing within a couple of buildings. So, this option kind of provides a hybrid of some on-site parking, some street parking, But I think what this one concerned us about was since units, I believe that's 1 through 8, would be 3-story units to have private garages, and that increases the building height, where the rest of the units would be 2-story units that would probably fit in better with the neighborhood, but they're fronting Freeland and DeWitt, so it's kind of the opposite, I think, what staff might recommend in terms of where building height should be placed. But this kind of just worked out from a site plan perspective where the alleys shook out. I think that personally, this is, I think, one of our favorite site plans, and I know it was pretty simple. It's just 4 quadruplexes. I understand that might not be a one-for-one match in terms of the number of buildings on the site, but you are able to more or less address some of the impervious stormwater area concerns, since all these backyards would be more or less private open space or private backyards. This would allow us architecturally to really provide something that feels more like a true single-family quadruplex, true single-family home in a quadruplex form. But the community raised some concerns, or actually raised a pretty adamant concern about there not being enough parking. So that's where we, kind of go back and forth with the contradiction. If we provide the parking, then, we have the infrastructure in place for the blue line, but and then it won't be used as much because parking's too convenient. So people will just take their car, more likely, I'm speculating here, versus taking the light rail or biking or jumping on the rail trail. So personally, we like this one the best because we can condense it to 2 to 3 stories, incorporate single-family architecture design a little more creatively than including private garages.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Ajmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I have a comment, and then I have a question. And so I heard Ms. Zeri's concerns, and I agree with her. The design doesn't really fit the makeup of the neighborhood. So I cannot support this as is. I have a question, though, for our city staff. One of the speakers had mentioned about Allenwood. It's a city, is it city-maintained street?
Yep. Yes.
Okay. Are you aware of the issues that Ms. Anita or Ms. Zeri had raised?
Do you want to?
And could you also talk about if timeline on the resolution of those city-owned streets?
So at the current time, we're not aware within review of this petition with respect to this issue, but we can certainly coordinate with the appropriate divisions to investigate and maybe come up with some solutions for that issue.
Yes, I think there are some repair issues that Ms. Zeri had raised. So regardless of how this rezoning petition goes, I just want to make sure those are getting addressed. So if you could just provide a follow-up report on that, as well as reach out to Ms. Zeri with a follow-up report.
Certainly.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Ajmira?
I'm good.
All right.
Thank you.
Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a question for staff first. So previous council along with staff, went through the extensive conversation of the 2040 comprehensive plan, and we created the goals that are relevant to zoning determinations. I have a number of questions that I will work with staff on later, but for this particular conversation, goal number 9, which is retain our identity and charm, Charlotte will cultivate community-driven placemaking and identity while limiting displacement and retaining the essence of existing neighborhoods by intentionally directing redevelopment. This conversation for this hearing is very similar to the conversations we had with a number of our rezoning petitions earlier today. What exactly is our goal? When we have a neighborhood, and for those who have lived in Charlotte area for over 30 years, thankfully I have been a resident in the city for over 30 years, we have seen the challenges where language has allowed development to go in and completely change the character of a neighborhood. Along with that change of a character of a neighborhood Is the name change of a neighborhood? Is the community name of the neighborhood? Is who is involved with decisions in the neighborhood meetings or the community associations? All of that changes. I understand we need to build for growth. You don't want to be a city that's not growing. We need to have some very real conversations regarding our current residents and how are we maintaining aging in place for our residents who have been in long-term community, and even for their children, if they want to pass on generational wealth and they want their children or grandchildren to live in that community. If we are not directing potential development in a way that's going to support those communities and specifically support the language that staff and council adopted, saying retain our identity and charm, integrate natural and built environments, healthy, safe, and active communities. We as elected officials, when we are looking at these petitions that are directed and recommended by staff, we are creating language that is counterintuitive to the commitments that we made. So help me understand, based on the explanation that you shared with Councilmember Watlington, for why staff think this would be a good project. How does that meet our goal of protecting current community, aging in place, and diverse neighborhoods?
So I think when we talked a little bit about it earlier, when we were addressing Councilmember Watlington's question, the building form is the main thing that we can probably have some impact on directly through this petition that relates to Goal 9. There's probably another 10 or 12 sub-objectives to that goal that go into, placemaking and public art and tree canopy preservation. So there's a lot of other sub-goals and sub-objectives to goal number 9 that are out there. What we can work through with this particular petition and with other rezoning petitions is, are there conditions that can be put in place that help us to address, the goal of design of things so they kind of fit in with the identity of the neighborhood, with the character of the neighborhood, and don't become a really large departure from, what the fabric of that neighborhood looks like, how it interacts with the street, what some of the other development standards are for the existing homes and the existing fabric there. So that's what we can get into on the rezoning side is more related to the form and functionality of the site versus some of the other goals that, again, are going to be more placemaking goals and, other things that really come through in regulatory changes or other policy changes with public investment. But from a rezoning standpoint, our biggest kind of focus that we can get through with that particular goal is more on the form and design of the site and how it interacts with the rest of the neighborhood that it's either becoming a part of or, going to be on the fringe of, so that there's some continuity between new development, existing development, and it doesn't create this jarring kind of, visual appearance that you're really looking at, something that doesn't, like I said, fit at all with that general character. So that's, I think, the biggest impact we can have through the rezoning process to get towards that goal. But there are so many other objectives that are non-related to rezoning process and projects that have to come through, folks in our urban design team working on placemaking, public investment in art and tree preservation, like I said. So there's a lot of things that aren't related to just rezoning projects that come out of all these goals, not just goal number 9, that we can't have a direct impact on just through this, particular petition and through petitions that we see every third Monday of the month. But I think that's what we are looking at it from, is the form and functionality of the site and how it fits in.
So I think what would be helpful, Madam Mayor and Assistant City Manager, is clarifying these goals. We have these 10 goals that were created, but there's no recommendation as saying, here's 4 goals that are a priority for the city when we're looking at this. And I hope what the petitioner is hearing from some of us on council and from the community is that what we're looking for is a project that is not going to be that one-off. We have those. You can drive down Freedom Drive and see the impact. You can drive down 4th Street and see where a new project was put up that was completely outside of a project that that is built in a way that complements the neighborhood, would have a much long-lasting effect versus when you're driving down and you look at a project and the first thing you think is, wow, that would have looked really good in South Beach, Miami, versus Charlotte in, honestly, predominantly African-American, working-class, older communities is where we're seeing a lot of this transition and change. So when we're talking, for me personally, if we're talking about a project that is going to benefit the community, I would really encourage you to look at how it benefits the current community versus the idea of, well, this neighborhood is not going to be the neighborhood that we're targeting. It's the new neighborhood that I'm going to create, because I've already lived through that. I've seen that happen in Bryant Park. I've seen that happen on Berry Hill, going on to Columbus Circle. If you have been a native of Charlotte for any period of time, you know what Columbus Circle looked like a decade ago versus what it looks like today, what Marlowe Avenue looks like. And it will be very difficult for me to sign off on or support something that will continue to cause that type of challenges neighborhood-wise for our residents. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, Mr. Winston?
Thank you. I would answer a question I think that Mr. Kepner had when you were asking about, why allow some certain development over there versus the development that you're proposing here. It kind of speaks to what some of my colleagues have said in the past. We really are trying to change from a deal-making development scheme to a plan scheme. And so you have certain developments, as you look around, you're going to point to say, well, that happened. And we said, well, we recognize it probably wasn't the best type of development pattern in the past, the way we've developed some communities. So we are trying to change that planned approach. I can appreciate even, your planned words in the title of your company, density. I appreciate that. And I think that is a goal of this council, which we allow increased density in just about every type of place type. In this kind of planned approach, it does seem like neighborhood one is going to be what the planned approach is on this parcel or on these parcels. It does not seem like neighborhood two is in the cards in the future. When our UDO becomes enabled on June 1st, I would encourage you guys to take a look at the decision part of this meeting. Council, as my colleagues have said, are in a strange place, but that place does become more clear month after month as we get closer to the effective date of the UDO. I don't think we want to go back to that deal-making approach, and we want to go to that planned approach. You had some zonings that were decided by a 6-5 vote, off of many council members kind of wrestling with this kind of purgatory place that we're in. I think where the timeline that this is falling, this is a bit more clear. So I would encourage you to figure out how to make this into a neighborhood one place-making type growth pattern. Thank you.
All right, is there any further discussion or comment? Hearing none, do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to close the public hearing. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
All right, thank you very much. All right, let's go to item 28. Rezoning petition 2019-073 by Raven Partners, approximately 1.9 acres along the north side of West Tremont, west of South Tryon, east of Toomey. It's in District 3. The current zoning is light industrial. The proposed zoning is transit-oriented development with a neighborhood center. Staff recommends approval of this. We have Mr. Brown, Ms. Lenz, and Everyone is for, so we'll have the staff presentation, and if you would like to make a few comments, we would appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2019-073, it's 1.9 acres on West Tremont, just to the west of South Tryon, east of Toomey Avenue. It's currently zoned, as mentioned, I-1 light industrial. Proposed zoning is TOD-NC. You can see we've got some mud optional and mud conditional, as well as UR2 and some TOD just on the south side of Tremont, and pretty much predominantly on northwest South Tryon, and then down Tremont Avenue, we continue that TOD zoning designation. The adopted place type for the 2040 policy map does recommend neighborhood 2. You can see we have some neighborhood center at the corner of South Tryon, as well as neighborhood center just on the south side of Tremont across from this site, and then a little bit more intense regional activity center on those other corners of Tremont and South Tryon as well. This is a conventional petition, TOD. No site plan, no outstanding issues to present to council. It is inconsistent overall with that recommendation for neighborhood 2. It is within that 1 mile walk of the east-west station. It's in fairly close proximity to some of the neighborhood center and regional activity center. Staff does feel the NC district is appropriate in this location and does support the petition, and we'll be happy to take any questions following the presentation by the petitioner. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. Colin Brown on behalf of the petitioner. Raven Partners, Kevin Murphy is here if you happen to have any questions for him. As you'll see, this is a 2019 petition, so we've been working on this site for a bit. You'll also basically see this is the last piece between Tryon and Toomey that is come in for rezoning. So we've got TOD here closer to South Boulevard. We've got some mud with some mixed-use development, and we've got this last piece of industrial next door. We've been kind of working through different options for the site after conferences with staff, looking at the N2 recommendation, which recommends the higher density. We did settle on the TOD-NC. That's got a little bit higher design standards. It's not the super intense TOD, and it does have some regulations in that district that if you're within a certain distance of single family, there are extra height regulations on the site. So I think folks found that, I think staff felt that was appropriate. Happy to answer any questions.
All right. Are there any questions for the petitioner or staff? Ms. Watlington?
Colin, can you speak to the elevation piece here and how that plays into the dynamic of the building height as it relates to the neighboring townhomes?
Yes, so we have, spent a lot of time looking at the site. There is a single-family neighborhood to the rear. We're buffered, so we're not right up next to that. We also have townhomes on this side. There's some work that's got to be done on the site, kind of balancing it out. But I think we can certainly live within the 75-foot height limit on TOD-NC.
Any further questions for the petitioner or staff? Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Colin, following up on the question Councilmember Wallington just asked, what I'm trying to gauge is if I am that home closest to this potential development, and it's a multifamily, and will their balcony or front door be facing my backyard?
I'm dancing a little bit here because this is a conventional petition, and I'm not supposed to go into the details on it, but I'd be happy to follow up with you. The Raven team has an idea of what's going on. I'll be happy to share that.
And for full transparency, for those who I served with previously, I'm not a fan of TOD. So that's not anything new, because it was just too broad when it comes to having these type of discussions regarding housing and impact. Because think about it, do you want to be in that residential neighborhood that now has a multifamily unit that is overlooking your backyard with little to no privacy? Whether you're out there with your children, your family, those are concerns, because as we continue to build and grow, again, if we just do a snapshot of the last just 10 years and look at what was in those communities versus what has been rezoned and approved, we are leading through our language and our policy approval the designation of multiple communities simultaneously around the city. Thank you, Colin.
All right, is there Mr. Bakari?
Just a general point, and I think we should I think while the UDO and the comp plan was from the last council, it is very clear to me now, especially after this last week, that we have over a year ahead of us where there's going to be a lot of decisions made by people who may not have the same views. And while I view that as that fight's done, like, we still have this huge bridge that is undefined how to cross, and there may not be a majority on this council who supports certain things. And I shudder to think what this path is going to be like for the next year plus, unless we figure out, even with a real defined process, I'm still unsure how we get there, because votes have to be made to bring this stuff to reality. So I definitely don't want to debate that out tonight, but I've had a rude awakening in the last week, and I think that's really something we need to contemplate.
Mayor?
Mr. Driggs?
Well, I had a rude awakening tonight, and I think, though, we need to be careful. We're in a zoning meeting here, and so our job at this meeting is to take the petitions that come in front of us and process them in some sort of a stable environment, an environment that's predictable for petitioners. What we haven't done, and I agree, I think, with Ms. Johnson about this, we have not set aside time in which we address these other questions and really tackle policy. So I don't know if that's something that we can start in committee, but we need to frame the question. So we need to have a consensus about which things we should be discussing as a matter of policy, and then use our, I don't know, workshop or a committee process or something, but we keep bumping into this stuff. And what I saw tonight that really startled me a bit was the clash between the vision in the UDO and the legacy that we still have that is still in force from our old policies. So, Mayor, I don't know how we do that. Maybe we should talk about whether it's a committee thing or Mayor Pro Tem. But let's not do this every month, right? And let's not spend a lot of time every month having conversations that have more to do with policy than with a particular petition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do need to talk about it, and we will talk about it. I think that your point, though, is that we have an agenda tonight, and we need to work on pushed that through, and then determine the best way to have this conversation. And I appreciate you, Mr. Brown, for standing up and listening to that.
Any comments on that, Mr. Brown?
All right. Do we have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
And a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All right. The next petition is item 29, petition 2021-267 by YMCA of Greater Charlotte for approximately 12.4 acres on the north side of West Boulevard, east of Donald Ross, and south of Wilkinson in District 3. The current zoning is institutional, conditional, multifamily, residential. The proposed zoning is mixed-use development optional. Staff recommends approval of this petition, and we'll have a staff presentation. And on this petition, we have Mr. McVane and a group of people, I think, that he will organize for us.
Yes, ma'am.
There's no opposition, so it will be limited to the time.
All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-267. It's about 12 and a half acres. It's off of West Boulevard and Donald Ross Drive, just a little bit west of Dr. Carver Road. The petition, the property, is zoned institutional conditional as well as R22 MF. That R22 is the orange portion there on the right. MUD O is the proposed rezoning or proposed zoning district they're going to or requesting. The 2040 policy map does recommend neighborhood center. You can see all that area there in pretty purple is recommended for that. The proposal itself is for several development areas, A, B, and C. Within development areas A and B, proposed up to 53,000 square feet of civic indoor recreational uses, as well as 7,000 square feet of medical clinic office uses, and up to 5,000 square feet of retail uses and/or financial institution. Does allow a library up to 22,000 square feet in building envelope C. Mobile food vending and outdoor fresh produce stands are permitted uses on the site. Would limit the total number of principal buildings to 5 with a max height of 65 feet. There'd be coordination with CATS on the installation of a concrete pad for a bus shelter. There's an existing bus stop there located on West Boulevard. That would be the one that would get potentially upgraded. Does commit to design guidelines related to building material limitations, facade placements, parking lot placements, and massing and height. There are some optional provisions being requested, two of those. One would be to allow a financial institution with an accessory drive-through window within Area B. It would not be able to be located between the building and West Boulevard, so it would be not West Boulevard facing. Existing sidewalk and planting strip in envelope A, which is the area in front of the YMCA, would remain. That would also be the same for both the frontage on West Boulevard and I believe Donald Ross as well. Does propose some transportation improvements. That would be access off of West Boulevard and Donald Ross Road. 8-foot planting strip and 8-foot sidewalk would be constructed along West Boulevard, except in that area in front of the YMCA. Does also note that new sidewalk along West Boulevard may meander to preserve some existing trees. An 8-foot planting strip and 8-foot sidewalk would also be constructed on Donald Ross Road, where there is no existing sidewalk. And again, the existing sidewalk and planting strip will be preserved where it's already in place. That's primarily that area again in front of where the YMCA would potentially be. It also extends the eastbound left turn lane on West Boulevard. And then also provides improvements to intersection of West Boulevard and Clanton Road and Donald Ross Road, related bicycle detection, accessible pedestrian signalization, as well as a leading pedestrian interval and flashing yellow arrows. If we have questions on the specifics of what all those things mean, we can get CDOT to potentially answer some of those questions for you. As mentioned, staff does recommend approval. We do have some outstanding issues related to transportation to continue to work through. It is consistent with the 2040 policy map recommendation for the neighborhood center place type, and we will be happy to take any questions you may have following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
All right, Mr. McVeigh.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, members of the zoning committee. Keith McVeigh with Moore Van Allen, assisting the Stratford Richardson YMCA with this rezoning petition. With me tonight representing the Y is John Bontranger, as well as David Diller with the library, and John Schick and Sean Hicks, which are a traffic engineer and civil engineer. They're available to answer questions. I think Dave did a great job covering the site location. It is the location of the Stratford Richardson Y, was rezoned back in 2002 and allowed the Y to exist. That property was institutional. This is the approved plan, allows up to 70,000 square feet of institutional uses. We are located on West Boulevard, as Dave mentioned. We're part of the West Boulevard playbook. We're consistent, we believe, with the recommendations of the playbook, which anticipated additional development adjacent to the Stratford Richardson Y. The Y has been working with its partners on the corridor since 2017 with small input community meetings or small community meetings, trying to gather information as to what is needed, what would the community like to see as part of the YMCA, and as well as working with the YMC board, the Three Sisters Market. We also met with West Boulevard Neighborhood Coalition and had our community meetings. So we've had a lot of input from a lot of parties. The Y, a lot of input prior to actually filing the rezoning petition. As Dave mentioned, 3 building envelopes. The first envelope for the where the existing Y is and allows additional uses for the Y. And then a small medical office building that's actually allowed by the current zoning, but is also shown on this conditional plan since it's part of the site. That would be an atrium medical facility that been working with the Y to provide. The building in the middle is undefined at this time, but it's reserved for future retail uses, potentially a bank, trying to, again, bring more uses like that to the corridor. At one point in time, this was actually going to be the Three Sisters Market, but between the time we filed the petition and today, the Three Sisters Market found a different location, and that's where they're currently working to be, which is just to our west of the site. And then the last building envelope, as Dave mentioned, is a new location for the West Boulevard Branch Library. They're currently just located to our west in just a building over 12,000 square feet. This would allow the library to expand over 22,000 square feet and allow it to really meet the needs of the neighbors here with additional meeting spaces and additional programmed areas for folks in the corridor who really rely on the library and would like to see the expanded library, something the library board has been working to do since 2014. They looked at expanding on the existing site, but that existing site does not allow expansion, not big enough. So they're now looking at a new site. This is in the CIP for the library for 2024 to 2028. Be
Thank
happy
you
to
very
answer
much,
questions.
Mr. McVeigh. Questions? Ms. Watlington?
Just a couple of questions, really mainly for staff. This mud, I saw that it's going to neighborhood center. So this would be allowed even under neighborhood center or no?
So the uses that are proposed are, I'd have to go and confirm like every use in a neighborhood center if that's allowed. What's being proposed overall and how it's going to function to provide some of those neighborhood services, we felt like that was an appropriate outcome and felt that it was consistent with the overall goals of providing all those services within a concentrated area. So you've got medical, retail, library, civic uses, recreational uses, all there. So I'd have to parse through and see, are libraries allowed, are other things allowed in that NC potential district, but overall, it does support the outcomes of what that neighborhood center should function as.
So in the event that this is approved, it may or may not be neighborhood center when it's converted as a like for like.
So it wouldn't convert even today because it's a conditional institutional plan. So all those conditional plans that we have on the books wouldn't translate automatically on June 1st. And there's still a lot of conversation on how we're going to handle potential alignment zonings on conditional plans. And yeah, there's some, real conversation going on about that. So technically, I think what would happen with this is it would stay as is under that current institutional CD. If nothing was done, even after June 1, it would still stay the same as it is today. So this gets us a little bit closer to that neighborhood center outcome, even though it's a different district. I don't think MUD really translates directly to a neighborhood center district, but again, the overall uses, I think, would be generally consistent with the outcome we'd want to see in a neighborhood center.
Okay, and then I was just curious as to why goals 6, 8, and 10 were marked as NA. Healthy, safe, and active communities, diverse and resilient economic opportunity, and then fiscally responsible.
Yeah, that's, I'd have to follow up with staff and get some input from them on why they deem those not applicable. I would say if I'm looking at it, just standing here at the podium with you, I would probably make some arguments to say that they could be checked as meeting some of those goals and facilitating those outcomes. So I can follow up with staff and have a conversation and let you know what the outcome of that was.
Thank you. That's all.
All right. Mr. Patton and Mr. McVeigh, if you guys will speak a little bit louder into the mic.
Yeah,
so
it
that-
seems quiet altogether, so I'll try to
Yeah.
project a little more,
Yes,
but I
ma'am.
think there's some volume.
I understand. We need you to,
Like enunciate, something like that.
amplify your voices, all right? Okay.
We're all trying to be a little bit calmer this term, right?
Speak for yourself.
All right, any other questions?
Move to close.
We have a
Second.
motion and a second to close. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you very much. So let's go now to item 29? 30. 30 here. All right, rezoning petition 2021-281 by Blue Freight Transport for approximately 3.8 acres located on the north side of Fred Alexander Boulevard on Oak and Brookshire. It's in District 2. The current zoning is single-family residential and general industrial Lower Lake Wylie area, protected area. And the request is for general industrial conditional Lower Lake Wylie protected area. Staff recommends approval of the petition pending solutions around transportation site and building design. In this case, Mr. Carmichael, nope, Mr. McVeigh again.
Still got me.
Sorry.
One more
You don't
time.
even look like Mr. Carmichael. So we'll have the staff presentation and then Mr. McVeigh, and then we'll open it up for council questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2021-281, it's approximately 3.8 acres along Fred Alexander Boulevard. It is currently zoned R4 and I2. You can see it's fairly well, almost split in half, I2 on the southern portion of the site and R4 on that northwestern portion. It also has a Lower Lake Wylie protected area on that property as well. The proposed zoning is I-2 conditional. That Lower Lake Wiley protected area would also carry over in place on that should the rezoning be approved. 2040 policy map does recommend neighborhood 1. You can see it's got manufacturing logistics in quite a large area. If you zoomed out even further off of this map, you'd see it's quite a large swath of manufacturing logistics in the general area. And again, the property does have industrial zoning currently on it. The proposal itself is for up to 45,000 square feet of gross floor area of uses allowed in the I-2 district. There are quite a long list of prohibited uses that are found in the conditional notes, things such as assembly of industrial machinery, lumber and wood products, paper and allied products, plastic and rubber, metal products, automotive service stations, recycling centers, EDE establishments with accessory drive-throughs. Then we've got things like truck stops and truck terminals, abattoirs, crematory facilities, et cetera. So a lot of the noxious uses that we see in I-2 have been conditioned out, and so the site itself just focuses on that 45,000 square feet of uses particular to this petition and carves out a lot of those undesirable I-2 uses. They're also proposing a 64-foot Class A buffer, which could be reduced to 48 feet as allowed by the ordinance. That would be either through a berm or other means. Does establish a 30-foot building and parking setback along Fred D. Alexander Boulevard, and also limits new lighting to full cutoff type and must be downwardly directed so we don't get spillover onto those residential properties, and also does commit to screening of dumpster and recycling areas by a solid wall or berm. As mentioned, staff does recommend approval of this petition. I do have some outstanding issues related to transportation and site and building design to continue to work through. It is inconsistent overall with that neighborhood 1 place type. It is, like I said, already a half industrial zone property, so that's something that staff did take into consideration as we evaluated the petition. And again, staff does recommend approval upon resolution of those issues, and we'll be happy to take questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
All right, Mr. McVeigh.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening again. Good evening, Council, good members of the Zoning Committee. Keith McVeigh with Moore Van Allen, assisting Blue Freight Transport, Inc. With me tonight, representing the petitioner and actually the property owners, as well as Trang and Trong Adrong, gentleman here, as well as Sam Cleto with SC Hondras and Associates. Trang and Trong, if I'm pronouncing those correctly, hopefully I am. I'm not. Are actually, again, part of the petitioners and the property owners. They're part of GMT Transport, a small Charlotte-operated and owner business that works in trucking. They would want to zone this property, the portion of the property zoned R4 to I-2, to allow them to use it to store and park trucks for their trucking facility. We have very reduced from the 3.8 acres. We probably have at least almost an acre in buffers and setbacks. We have gone through the table of uses in I-2 and very selectively excluded everything that could create a lot of noise or odors or fumes, so that it would be an appropriate transition between this site and the adjacent residential. We'll work with the staff to address the 2 remaining issues regarding transportation and site and design. Happy to answer questions.
All right, Ms. Ajmira and Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'm excited about this rezoning petition. We have truck parking issue throughout our city, especially in District 4. And we've talked about this for several years now, and we had received a presentation not too long ago from our staff about how there is a lack of truck parking in the city of Charlotte, where we have lost a lot of sites, especially industrial I-2 sites, to residential, office, or other uses. So this really gives us an opportunity to be part of the solution here and really address the truck parking issue. So we do need more of this, because as we are seeing e-commerce, we are seeing more and more need for industrial sites, especially for truck parking. So certainly I just want to voice there is a strong need here for the truck parking, and got to be part of the solution. Thanks.
Mr. Graham?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a quick point of observation. I know the site is surrounded by, at least on two sides, industrial properties, but there are some residential, and I just noted that no one attended the community meeting. So I was just wondering, what was the outreach effort in terms of getting folks there? And will there be another effort to ensure that those who are impacted by it, and I tend to agree with Councilmember Ashmere in terms of the necessity for the project, but I don't want to get caught again tonight with, as earlier, with no notification to community members, and then they find out about it at the last moment and voice opposition.
No, thank you. Thank you for the question. We did the normal process, used the city's mailing list, sent out notices of the community meeting. No one did attend the community meeting. However, after the community meeting and before tonight's public hearing, there is one property owner, Mr. Mustin, Mr. Bud Mustin, that actually owns all of the abutting parcels that are in the residential. He actually owns property across Fred D. Alexander as well. And he reached out to us and the petitioners, and we've actually met him on the site on several occasions, as late as last week, to review the plans and discuss his concerns. And as a result of those meetings, we enhanced the buffer, the Class A buffer, by adding the metal fence. And then we also provided Mr. Mustin additional information, contact information for the property owners and the operators of the facility, that if he had any concerns with the site, if it was rezoned and once it's developed, he could reach out to them directly and they would be happy to address their issues. So we did our normal process. Mr. Mustin did get in touch with us through his grandson, and we've met with him several times, and we've modified the plan to address his concerns. And again, he is the property owner most directly affected, as he actually owns all the parcels adjacent to the site that are zoned residential, including some of the parcels zoned industrial. And his main concerns were noise from the site. There's currently a concrete plant on the other side of Fred D. Alexander, and that bothers him. And so we've added the fence, the berm, and the berm, and the landscaping, and also made Mr. Mustin aware that, again, we're parking trucks. The main use for this is the parking of trucks, so they come and go. There might be some noise when the trucks come and go, but there isn't an active use here like a concrete plant. And we've excluded a lot of industrial uses that would or could generate a lot of noise to address that, again, that buffer in transition. So I think we've done a good job, and we've contacted and had good dialogue with the adjacent property owner.
And just another question for staff in terms of just in general, in terms of, because I know there's a number of the neighborhood meetings where there's low attendance, not only in District 2, but throughout the city. And so is there a way that on an annual basis you guys are evaluating the process and making process improvements along the way to ensure that residents are notified appropriately and in a timely basis? And so are there any efforts on a yearly basis that you kind of look at these things?
So one of the biggest change that we made, so the mailing process we've got for actual physical letters for folks to get in the mail is adjacent properties, and then council set their own policy to do 300 feet around that subject property, so anything within that radius gets captured via U.S. mail. We started, I guess it was probably about a year and a half, maybe almost 2 years now, after some dialogue with council as well about using the Nextdoor platform. And that's really, I've seen a huge increase in the amount of reach we have now. What that correlates to direct interaction with staff or the petitioner, I don't have those types of metrics, but I know we're probably engaging thousands of more people almost per petition than we would just regular mail. So there's some where you might mail out 30 letters, but on Nextdoor we know we've reached 1,500 people. So there's certainly, I think, a better effort on that. But again, I don't know if there's a direct correlation, because we didn't go as far to use that to advertise community meetings and public hearings, because one of the concerns is overuse of the city's platform on Nextdoor, and then people just saying, well, I've seen enough, I want to mute this. So we had to kind of balance when we did that. So we send those notices out as soon as that application gets started, and then it's about usually 3 to 4 months before it gets to a public hearing. So we're sending that notice out at the same time as our courtesy notices, which again is about 3 or 4 months in advance. And that's, giving people a little bit more advance and capturing more people with advance information than we were in the past. Now, there's been some conversation about changing the mailing radius, that certainly comes with a cost incurred to increase how much postage we're doing. And we've seen, not just because certainly not because we've expanded, but because we have so many more petitions, that budget for postage and mailing has increased, exponentially for us over the last year and a half. So we'd also have to kind of talk through the budgetary implications if we do increase that radius. But I feel like we've done a good job with Nextdoor to get more people at least informed. But again, I don't know how else we can use that to maybe drive more people to the meetings and get better attendance and get better engagement that way. So certainly willing to continue to explore some options, but that's just the latest of what we've been doing so far.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Madam.
All right, Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted some clarification. This is a transportation company, so is this lot proposed for just any truck to park, or is it just the Blue Freight transportation?
Blue Freight Transport. It would be their trucks that would be parked here.
Okay, all right.
He-
No, I understand. I was just piggybacking off what Councilmember Ajmira said. I thought that this was a possible
So
solution.
he was
Rent
telling,
it out. He can rent it out.
he would rent out space, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, so it would be for other trucks as well. That's correct.
Okay.
Sorry.
And this is for staff or for my colleagues. We really do have a problem with semi-truck parking in District 4. I reach out to our code enforcement almost weekly, at least, and Jane Talon's very good about responding. Some of the trucks have been cited, but our issue is we don't have the signage, and we need help from NCDOT or state representatives in order to get that. But just for any residents who see the semi-truck parking in District 4 or any district, make sure you're calling 311 to report it or going to the CLT Plus app, because we are trying to resolve that. So I would like to see more of these petitions also.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. McVeigh, so still on the same lines of potentially whether it is they rent out or lease out space, what I'm reviewing right here in the prohibits, we have in here automotive service stations, we have repair shops and marshalling, we have in here truck stop, truck terminal. For Mr. Patine, what is the definition of a truck terminal if we're considering? And what I don't see in here in the multiple restrictions is long-term and/or broken-down vehicles. Because what you don't want is what we have seen and have spent time investing to work on is a lot of vehicles that are inoperable. So what is considered for staff, what is considered a truck terminal? And is there, after that question for you, Mr. McVeigh, with your clients, and you can follow up with them, you'll have to give an answer now, any consideration on a time limit, like there's, like with the airport, you get 24 hour, 3-day, X number rental time versus long-term. So what is a truck terminal first, Mr.
I am
Patine?
trying to look up the definition in our current ordinance now. Give me 1 second, just so I can read that and not give you some off information.
Right, because my understanding as a truck terminal is similar to what was asked about as far as the parking. So that's why I want to make sure, because if we already have language in here identifying that this is a prohibited use, I want to make sure that we're not misleading the petitioner on what can be done, nor are we misleading the community on what could be done.
While Dave's looking that up, I'll answer your question. We do prohibit junkyards, which would, to the unoperable vehicles, so you could not have vehicles that are not operational here. it's not from our perspective, it's not a truck terminal because there's not the building that would be here would not be wouldn't be a building where trucks are bringing cargo, emptying cargo and taking it to another truck and transferring cargo. It's just parking or storing of trucks and trailers is really the main use of the site. We excluded truck terminals just because we didn't want that use. That's a lot of activity and a lot of comings and goings. This is more to park and store trucks that are not being used when they're off the road.
So, an example, we're looking at the airport parking. You have a day, 3 days, something like that. So a truck driver has hours like X number, 4 days on and then 2 or 3 days off. Are we looking at like a 48? And that's not something that has to be answered tonight. That could be a follow-up, but just to get an idea so that we don't see long-term where if something were to happen and that business transitions, that truck shouldn't still be sitting there 6 months later versus 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month. That type of window would help to know in the language, but that's something that we can follow up on.
Yes, ma'am, happy to do that.
Thank you.
So there's not a clear definition in our current ordinance, but I will tell you how it's defined in the UDO is a facility for the receipt, transfer, short-term storage, and dispatching of goods transported by truck. So similar to what Mr. McVeigh had said, when you pull in, you've got, your cargo there, you're going to swap that off somewhere else, pick up another, head out to another site or another delivery from there. And then a truck stop is, something like you're with Flying J or, another truck stop you would see somewhere else. But a truck terminal would be that transfer kind of station that you would have where you're swapping out goods from one truck to another.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, do I have any other speakers or Ms. Johnson?
Okay. I was just asking how close this was to the residential areas?
We abut residential right behind us, so we're close. I mean, there are homes on Tench Street behind, I think that's Tench, I can't read it. But, so there are residential homes, and that's where Mr. Mustin lives, and he did reach out to us about the proposed zoning.
So would there be a noise ordinance that we would have to consider with the trucks?
We would be subject to
Close
the
to
noise
the,
ordinance. We would be.
residential area?
Yeah, we would have to comply with the noise ordinance.
Okay.
We would not have an option not to.
All right, thanks.
Do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved. Second.
And all in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Next item is item 32, the rezoning petition 2022-006 by DHIC for approximately 18.8 acres on the south side of Interstate 485, west of Interstate 77, east of North Lake. It is in our ETJ area. It's Commissioner Powell, and the closest council district is Ms. Johnson in 4. The current zoning is single-family residential and business park. The proposed zoning is urban residential conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition. And I believe we have Mr. Carmichael, actually, for this petition, and you'll have 3 minutes, staff presentation, and then council questions.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2022-006, it's 18.88 acres. It's just south of I-485, west of Interstate 77, east of North Lake Center Parkway. The current zoning is a mix of R3 and BP, Business Park. That's the kind of purple area there on the top left of the site. The adopted place type from the 2040 policy map does recommend Regional Activity Center. The proposal with this petition is to allow up to 312 multifamily dwelling units. That comes in at about 16.5 dwelling units per acre. Does allow a maximum of up to 12 principal buildings. Those buildings would be limited to 65 feet in height. Does commit to an amenity area with a clubhouse, fitness center, and a swimming pool. Provides an 8-foot sidewalk and 8-foot wide planting strip on the internal public and private network streets. also provides street network connections to future streets, and as well as some architectural details for things like building materials, restrictions on vinyl or aluminum that would apply and it'll be allowed only on windows, soffits, handrails, and/or railings. Also, commitments for buildings exceeding 120 feet in length. They will include modulations for breaking up the mass of the building. Long pitched or flat roof lines would be avoided with continuous with variation by including changes in height and/or roof form. That would things like gables, hips, dormers, parapet walls could be included to break up some of those long pitched or flat roof lines. And then rooftop HVAC and mechanical equipment would be screened from any public view at grade. Staff does recommend approval of the petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation. It is consistent with the 2040 policy map recommendation for Regional Activity Center, and we will be happy to take any questions following Mr. Carmichael's presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Carmichael?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council and the Zone Committee. It's nice to be back, and it's a compliment to say that I look like Keith McVeigh, so I'll take that as a compliment. I'm John Carmichael on behalf of the petitioner, DHIC LLC. With me tonight are Daniel Jellicourse of the petitioner and Nick Bashan, the Design Resource Group. As Dave said, the site contains just under 19 acres, is located between North Lake Center Parkway and I-77, just south of the I-77, I-45 interchange. This is an aerial of the site, and this is another aerial of the site here. You can see 77 is to the east. The site is currently zoned Business Park and R3, and the request is to rezone the site to UR2CD to accommodate the development of a residential community that would contain up to 312 multifamily dwelling units. The R2CD rezoning, if approved, would be consistent with the zoning to the south and southwest. And then once again, the business park zoning here would convert to R2CD. And then there's some more BP to the north. You've got some more 3 to the east. This is the site plan that Mr. Patton reviewed. Access would be by way of 2 new public streets here and here that would provide a here and here, both of which would provide a connection to North Lake Center Parkway. Parking would not be located between the buildings and the adjacent public streets. The community would have an amenity area, as Mr. Patton stated. 8-foot wide planting strips and 8-foot wide sidewalks would be installed along the site's public street frontages, as well as along the internal network required streets. There are architectural standards that are part of the rezoning petition, or the rezoning plan rather. The request is consistent with the 2040 policy map recommendation of a regional activity center. As Mr. Patton indicated, we do appreciate the planning staff's recommendation of approval. There are some outstanding issues that we will address this week with CDOT, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have, and we appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Are there any questions for staff or Mr. Carmichael?
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Thank you. Our next item is item 33, petition 2022-014 by Stewart, approximately 1 acre located northeast intersection of West 28th Street, Bancroft, and east of Graham Street. It's in District 1. The current zoning is single-family residential. The proposed zoning is neighborhood services. Staff recommends approval of this petition, and we have one speaker for this, Ms. Blackwell, following the staff presentation.
Thank you, Mary. This is 1.08 acres located on the northeast intersection of West 28th Street and Bancroft Street, east of North Graham Street. There is an existing fire station on the site. So you can see the area and site is located there. The current zoning is R5, single-family residential. Fire stations are allowed in the single-family residential district, but they're restricted to a maximum of 12,500 square feet. They are proposing a neighborhood service zoning district here. The policy map for 2022 recommends neighborhood 1 for the site. There is neighborhood center just to the west of this on the other side of Bancroft. So the proposal would be to allow the expansion of the fire station, renovation, maximum building height of 40 feet. It would also retain a portion of the building that's highlighted on the site plan. Access would be from Bancroft and West 28th Street, and it provides a 10-foot side yard adjacent to the single-family use and zoning. Staff recommends approval of the petition. It is inconsistent with the 2040 policy map recommendation for the N1 place type. Again, that's largely due to the square footage difference. Staff is recommending approval, and there's no outstanding issues. It would change the place type to a neighborhood center, so staff feels comfortable with that, being that there's neighborhood center just adjacent, and it's to maintain the existing fire station. I'll take any questions after the petitioner's presentation.
All right, Ms. Blackwell, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Emily Blackwell. I am with Stewart, and we are rezoning this property on behalf of Charlotte Fire and the city of Charlotte to build a new fire station in the place of Firehouse 11, which was built in 1958. So it is not currently meeting the needs of the men and women working out of that station and serving this area of the community. I'm available for any questions.
All right. Are there any questions for the staff or the staff?
Second.
All right, we have a motion to close and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
And it's good to see all of those guys up at the top of the steps, too.
Chief. No, Chief, don't go anywhere, bud. Now finish this out.
Thank you. All right, our next item is item 34, petition 2022-023 by Kindred Fruit Properties, approximately 2/10 of an acre located on the north side of Central Avenue between Clement and Pecan. It's in District 1. Current zoning is general business pedestrian overlay. The proposed is mixed-use development optional pedestrian overlay. Staff recommends approval upon resolution of the issues regarding transportation, environment, site, and building design. And on this petition, we have Mr. Ferguson as well as the staff. So 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. This is 0.22 acres located on the north side of Central Avenue between Clement Avenue and Pecan Avenue. You can see there's the site in the existing area on Central Ave. Current zoning is B2 PED. Proposed zoning is mixed-use development optional, pedestrian overlay, so MUD OPED. The 2040 policy map recommends community activity center for the site as well as the area around it. It maintains the existing building while allowing for renovation and expansion for the maximum of 10,000 square feet of non-residential uses. It limits the building height to 40 feet. Allows for building expansion or outdoor patio space, which would be located on the rooftop. Prohibits uses such as adult establishments, self-storage, drive-through windows, and gas stations. And it does request a few optional provisions to existing building remaining, renovating, and improving, expanding, and replacing to include upward expansion of the building or rooftop. No parking required for the use of the existing building and building expansion or patio area. And existing parking may be removed from the site. In the event that a rooftop patio is installed, the petitioner will provide screening wall of at least 8 feet in height along the northern boundary of the property or of the occupiable patio space, and installs an 8-foot planting strip and 8-foot sidewalk along the Central Avenue frontage. Staff recommends approval of the petition upon the resolution of the outstanding issues related to transportation, environment, and site design. It is consistent with the 2040 policy map recommendation for Community Activity Center. I'll take any questions.
All right, Mr. Ferguson.
Madam Mayor, Council Committee, pleasure to be here in person tonight, and good to see all of you, and welcome back to some of the returns.
We're not certain about the welcome part.
I'm happy to be presenting a presentation for a rezoning to preserve a building to you. I'm repeating some of the things I've said recently, but I'm here on behalf of a new owner of this building, the former IPON building. which is being adaptively reused. There have been some changes in what the tenant was going to be, and we thought we knew when we came in. So it does just say restaurant use here, but it is open towards restaurant, retail, or office use under MUD optional. As mentioned, it has staff support. It matches the city's plans and policies. It checks the applicable policy goals per the staff opinion, and it is providing some pedscape improvements, which have already been done because some of this is under permitted development right now.
Not this far down.
There we go. So we're committing to retain the building, adding some flexibility for the multiple variety of uses that could go into it. If you look at the rear, there is currently parking. It's one-way parking that it shares with the adjacent financial services building. The parking to the left is on a different grade, so we can't tie into it. We wanted to try to make a better parking and pedestrian scape, but it's because of the grade issues, it's not possible. And this slide just to show you the access is from the alley. And you have to go a long way through a number of parking lots. Those of you familiar with Plaza Midwood know that it's not super easy if you're not super familiar with the turf here. And again, the alleyway comes in, is above grade for the rear parking. And so that's the position. We've trying to keep the parking, but having the option there to remove it if that's what's required to move forward, and to allow the room for the building to expand. The idea being, and this has been a big part of the Plaza Midwood Merchants Association, Plaza Midwood Neighborhood Association, being supportive of projects like this in the recent past, which you all have approved, is to hopefully give new life to these old buildings, to keep some small, unique, and old buildings around so that we can keep our streetscape varied and represent the past of Plaza Midwood, where Pick and Pay, Family Dollar, Harris Teeter, and many other large Charlotte corporations began in small buildings. Thank you very much, and I'll take any questions.
All right, Mr. Winston?
I guess it's either for staff or the petitioner. Do you know if the large development that is going on across the street, if there's any public parking there that would be usable?
It is my understanding that the Crossland development is going to have a lot of flexible parking. So I think they were at 300 and something spaces that's going to be used for office during the day, residential at night. But they have a large new public street coming through there that's supposed to have access to public parking. I do not know the exact details, but the big point for ours was that this parking requires like a map and a lot of effort, and it is frequently blocked because it's the end of a long row of a very tight 10-foot corridor.
Well, I would just, as I think there's some, I think what you're getting at is the parking issue is unresolved. I would, just ask us as some council members look to the cumulative effect of traffic, maybe we look at the cumulative effect of parking around rezonings and development as well.
I think I agree with your point, yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Do we have a motion to close?
To close.
All right.
Second.
And a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you.
And thank you very much. Our next item is item number 35, 2022-025 by Elm Lane THD for approximately 1.4 acres located on the west side of Elm Lane, north of Bryant Farm, south of Ballantyne in District 7. Current zoning is single-family residential, and the proposed zoning is urban residential conditional. Staff recommends approval. And on this case, we have Mr. Brown up, as well as the staff.
Thank you. 1.42 acres on the west side of Elm Lane, north of Bryant Farms Road, and south of Ballantyne Commons Parkway. It's across from Windsor Ridge Road. And if you look at the aerial, you can see to the north and basically west of the site is our townhomes. Across Elm Lane, you also have townhomes. South of the site is a commercial project, and then on the far southeast corner of the aerial image, there is single-family residential that does not directly abut the site. Next slide. This is the area that it is in, that's just south of Piper Glen. Currently zoned R3, single-family residential, and they are proposing urban residential UR2 zoning conditional. It's currently a single-family house on the property that basically wasn't included in the larger R8MF project that surrounds this parcel. Policy map recommends neighborhood 1, again, because the R3 zoning that was on the site before, so that just carried over to that neighborhood 1 recommendation. You look at the policy map for everything around it, and it's all recommended for neighborhood 2. The proposal would allow up to 17 single-family attached dwelling units at a maximum of 48 feet in height, minimum building setback of 30 feet from the back of curb that aligns with the townhomes to the north, essentially. Access from Elm Lane via shared internal drive, and constructs an 8-foot wide planting strip and 8-foot wide sidewalk along Elm frontage, and constructs a northbound left turn lane on Elm into the site. It commits to having 3 visitor parking spaces, provides architectural standards related to the exterior building materials, roof design, porches and stoops, blank walls, and raised entrances and screening, and commits to a minimum of 6,115 square feet of usable common open space areas to be amenitized with benches enhanced with landscaping or other similar amenities. Staff recommends approval of the petition upon the resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and technical revisions related to urban forestry and site and building design. It is inconsistent with that N1 policy map recommendation, but staff recommends approval as it is an infill parcel with 1 single-family home that was not redeveloped with the surrounding development. The methodology for the policy map prioritized that current R3 zoning, and so there was not a parcel-specific evaluation of the policy for this particular site, and everything around it is neighborhood 2 place type and zoning for single-family attached uses. So we do feel it's in character with the surrounding development, and therefore we recommend approval, and it would change the policy map recommendation to a neighborhood 2.
All right, Mr. Brown.
Yes, Madam Mayor, council members, Colin Brown on behalf of the petitioner. Stephen Henshaw with Henshaw Properties is here as well. That was a very thorough presentation for John. My presentation's not up, but I would just reiterate, if I had my presentation up, that as John mentioned, everything abutting the site is single family attached. So we're surrounded by townhomes. We have townhomes across the street, and then to the south is commercial. A little bit puzzling on the place type map. This is, I think, the donut hole. Its staff is recognizing it is N1, but should probably be N2. So we think this is a good fit. I think this is kind of right between the N1 and N2 densities. We did host a community meeting. We had a few attendees. We did have some concerns expressed from the folks across the street, a little bit about general concerns about increasing density, but we think we're very similar to what's going on. And then some questions about access to the site and traffic. One of the positives about this, there are only 17 units, but kind of bringing this in rather than having it parceled up ensures we don't get 3 different lots out there with 3 different driveways. And this gives us the ability to come in and install a left turn lane. There's already a left turn lane serving the development across the street. So we think that's going to create a safer environment, allows us to have a nice street presence, make all these streetscape improvements, connecting up everything that's going on Bryant Farms up the road. Happy to answer any questions.
Are any questions for the petitioner or staff?
Close.
Second.
I have a motion to close, and the second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Brown. All right, our next item is item 36, petition 2022-028 by Christ the King Lutheran Church for approximately 3.5 acres on the South Tryon Street between Orchard Gate Drive and Steelcroft Parkway in District 3. Current zoning is single-family residential. Proposed zoning is institutional. Staff recommends approval of this petition, and I believe Mr. Carmichael is representing this petitioner. All right?
Thank you, Mayor. This is 3.53 acres located on the south side of South Tryon Street between Orchard Gate Drive and Steelcroft Parkway. You can see on the, go back one slide, please. You can see on the aerial, it's basically a parking area and field next to the existing use to the east. Next slide. There's an overview of the area. Next slide. Current zoning is R3, single-family residential, and the proposed zoning would be institutional. It's a conventional zoning, and it basically aligns the zoning with the use next door to the east. Policy map recommends a community activity center or a place type for the site. Staff recommends approval of the petition. It's consistent with the 2040 policy map, and I'll take any questions after Mr. Carmichael's presentation.
All right, Mr. Carmichael?
Madam Mayor, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of council and zoning committee, I'm John Carmichael, represent the petitioner, and with me tonight is Carl Freilich. The petitioner is Christ the King Lutheran Church. It's a conventional rezoning request. The site's located on the south side of South Trine Street between Still Creek Road and Shopton Road West. The church owns the adjacent parcel of land here, and that's the site of its sanctuary and its existing facilities. And the request simply is to rezone the adjacent parcel to institutional, to allow institutional uses to be located on the site. You can see the church property here, the existing facilities, and this is obviously the site subject to the rezoning request. But it would make, rezoning this site would make the zoning of this site consistent with the zoning of the church site, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Are there any questions for the staff or petitioner?
Move to close. Second.
Second. Motion to close, and
you.
all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The next item is petition 37, item 37, petition 2022-31 by Kai Roy, residential, approximately 2.2 acres located at the southwest intersection of Galleria Boulevard, Monroe Road, south of Sardis Road North. It's in District 6. The current zoning is light industrial. The proposed zoning is mixed-use development conditional. Staff recommends approval of this item, and I believe that this also is Mr. Carmichael's.
Thanks, Mayor. There is a small correction with the location on this. It's actually 5.69 acres on the east side of Monroe Road, north of Galleria Boulevard, and south of Sardis Road North. So the acre.
5.6
Yes, ma'am.
acres.
Yep.
Instead of the 2
That's a
point.
little different.
Yep, it's a little bit different. All right. Everybody got that one? Here we are.
Existing on the site is a parking, basically a parking field serving an existing office building that's vacant. We are right at the Galleria Shopping Center area. Current zoning is I-1, and the proposed zoning would be MUD CD, Mixed Use Development Conditional. The policy map recommends community activity center for the site and area. The site plan would propose up to 275 multifamily dwelling units with a maximum building height of 65 feet, vehicular access from a full movement driveway on Monroe Road, and a cross-access connection at Galleria Club Lane at the rear of the site. It constructs an 8-foot planting strip and 12-foot multi-use path along Monroe Road, commits to architectural design standards related to building materials, building placement, blank walls, building articulation, roof design, and screening, and commits to providing 2 amenity areas with a minimum size of 2,200 square feet and the other a minimum size of 1,600 square feet. Staff recommends approval of the petition upon resolution of the outstanding issue related to site and building design. It is consistent with the 2040 policy map recommendation for a community activity center, and I'll take any questions after Mr. Carmichael's presentation.
All right, Mr. Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Kinley. Madam Mayor, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council and zoning committee, I'm John Carmichael. On behalf of the petitioner, Cowroy Residential, Tyler Sibley with Cowroy is with me tonight. The site contains just under 5.7 acres located on the east side of Monroe Road between Sardis Road North and Galleria Boulevard. It's outlined in red on the slide. This is an aerial of the site. As John said, there's currently a vacant office building located on the site and the parking field that serves the site. The site is surrounded by office, retail, and multifamily uses. The site is currently zoned I-1, but it's not devoted to industrial uses. It was devoted to an office use. To the north of parcels, also zoned I-1, but those parcels are not devoted to industrial uses. To the east, you've got UR2 CD and MUDO. To the south, you have MUDO. And then to the west, you've got neighborhood services, Office 1 CD, and neighborhood services. This is the site, and then this is a map that depicts the alignment of the Silver Line. The Silver Line is planned to go along Monroe Road adjacent to the site, and a transit station is planned to be located across Monroe Road from the site. As Mr. Kinley stated, the 2040 policy map calls for the site to be, or the site is located in a community activity center. The request is consistent with that place type. And the site plan and buildings are consistent with the building form of that place type as well. The request is to go to MUD CD, as Mr. Kenley mentioned, to accommodate up to 275 dwelling units, multifamily dwelling units on the site. This is the rezoning plan. You have 2 buildings along Monroe Road, an 8-foot planting strip and a 12-foot multi-use path. And then there'd be a 3rd building to the rear of the site. Access would be by way of Monroe Road and Galleria Club Boulevard. And then the petitioner would install a right turn lane on Monroe Road into the site. Architectural standards are part of the petitioner's conditional rezoning plan. We did have a community meeting, obviously, and then we also met with representatives of Monroe Road advocates back on May 11th, and we've kept them informed about the progress of the petition. We appreciate the planning staff's favorable recommendation, and there's one very minor outstanding issue that we will address this week in a timely fashion, and we appreciate your consideration. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, are there any questions, Mr. Winston?
So my question, this is an area that is changing. I think the residential going in here outside of this office, instead of an office building, is representative of that. And in fact, I think it does, as it said in the goals section, that it is representative of a 10-minute neighborhood. I also do see a lot of surface parking there. I'm wondering, does the amount of parking, does it correlate to any type of mandatory minimum, or is that strictly market kind of driven?
I'm sure it exceeds the code minimum, but I'm not sure. Do you know what the ratio is, Tyler?
It's all market driven in terms of how we market on a per bedroom basis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
My question is for staff. Is that a Hawaiian shirt?
I wouldn't call it Hawaiian, cottagecore, according to my daughter. It's cottagecore, yeah.
Thank you very much. Move to close.
Second.
We have a motion to close and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. The next item is item 38, petition 2022-032 by Canvas Residential for approximately 4.2 acres located on the north side of West Arrowwood Road, east of Forest Point Boulevard, west of Nations Ford in District 3. The current zoning is single-family residential. The proposed zoning is multifamily residential conditional. Staff recommends approval upon a resolution of outstanding issues. And I believe Ms. Grant is going to represent the petitioner, John Purdy.
Thank you. 4.18 acres located on the north side of West Arrowwood Road, east of Forest Point Boulevard, west of Nations Ford Road. You can see on the aerial the site's currently vacant wooded. There's the neighborhood, single-family neighborhood to the east and north, and hotel uses basically to the west if you get closer to the interstate. And there you can see where the interstate is in relation to the site and where we're at in terms of proximity to the neighborhoods surrounding it. Current zoning is R4, single-family residential, and the proposed zoning is RA-MF, multifamily residential conditional. The 2040 policy map recommends neighborhood 1 for the site. The proposal would be for up to 33 single-family attached townhome units with a density of about 7.8 units per acre. Access to the site via right-in, right-out shared driveway connection to West Arrowwood Road. It constructs an 8-foot planting strip and a 12-foot multi-use path along West Arrowwood and provides a 28-foot buffer that would be reduced to 21 feet with the fence abutting the single-family uses and zoning, basically to the north and east. Architectural standards related to exterior building materials and roof design, screening, garage doors, porches, and stoops, and provides a minimum of 7 visitor guest parking spaces on the site. Staff recommends approval of the petition upon the resolution of the outstanding issues related to transportation and site and building design, and technical revisions related to land use and environment. It is inconsistent with that 2040 policy map recommendation for neighborhood 1, but the parcel is an infill parcel with, well, this says with 1 single-family home, but I'm pretty sure it's vacant, on a large parcel fronting West Arrowwood Road on a major thoroughfare. The site is isolated from the adjacent single-family neighborhoods. It's not part of those neighborhoods. It's basically oriented to Arrowwood. And the proposed single-family attached development does provide a transition of uses between the commercial uses west of the site and the single-family detached to the east. And the proposal limits the building height to be compatible with that of the adjacent single-family residential zoning, and will provide additional housing types and options to the area. And there is bus access via approximately a 400-foot walk to the east and a 600-foot walk to the west. The approval of the petition would revise the place type as specified on the policy map from neighborhood 1 to neighborhood 2. I'll take any questions after Ms. Grant's presentation.
Ms. Grant?
Good evening, Mayor Lyles, members of council, members of the zoning committee. Bridget Grant, land use consultant with Moore & Van Allen. Pleased to be here tonight, working with Creighton Call and Canvas Residential. John did a great job, as he always does, covering the basics. So I'm going to just point out, you can see where our site is located in great proximity to the bus routes, but it's also in close proximity to bike routes, something that we consider when we're looking at intensifying our land uses. I've also just included a color site plan rendering. It gives you a good idea of how we're able to preserve the open space along the periphery of the site, provide amenity areas and open space towards the front of the site, as well as our water quality feature. We had a great community meeting. People were pleased to see the investment in residential in this area. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for staff or the petitioner? Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's actually a question for staff. Just for clarification, under plan consistency, we have the petition is inconsistent with the 2040 policy map. Recommendation for the neighborhood 1 place type. When does neighborhood 1 when is that really going to be taken into consideration, considering we just passed the 2040, and isn't it like a year before that's implemented? I'm just trying to understand what we're doing. Previous council just passed some language. We're still stepping into that. It's inconsistent, but it may be consistent one day. So help me understand.
So it's inconsistent now, and it wouldn't be consistent unless, what will happen is the rezoning would then translate the map to a neighborhood 2 place type. So it would become consistent through the rezoning itself. So it's inconsistent with what the 2040 plan says at this point. I think one of the categories that we looked at when we did the place type map was existing zoning was taken into account. A parcel like this with single-family residential zoning and what at the time may have had a single-family, one existing structure on it, even though that it had redevelopment potential, it still got classified as a neighborhood 1. But we do have some criteria that we consider when we're looking at a transition from neighborhood 1 to neighborhood 2, and that's things like John had mentioned earlier, access to bus, access to bike. Is it a remnant piece that wasn't really integrated with the neighborhood? Does it help provide to transition to some more intense uses? So this meets a lot of the criteria that we look at when we're evaluating that 2040 policy map and whether or not it's consistent or inconsistent, and we kind of apply that and make some recommendations based off of it. And that's where staff's rationale came in to support the petition, but it would change it from neighborhood 1 to neighborhood 2 as far as the place type goes. So that's where that comes into play.
So, David, what would be helpful is for us to have a meeting so that I can play catch up with understanding.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because right now, just reading it, it does seem a little contradictory.
Yeah, and
as we move forward.
And we can certainly set some time up. I'd be happy to catch up on a lot of that. And I think what the biggest challenge was, and I'll just put this across the board for the entirety of the policy map, was trying to map future land use for the entire city, entire county, was a monumental task. And a lot of it was done on data-driven information and, existing zoning and some current entitlements, things like that were taken into heavy consideration. So that's why we'll see, even on the one that we looked at previous to this on Elm Lane, where you were surrounded by neighborhood 2, but you just had that one little pocket of N1. That's just the challenge of trying to do a policy map that large, on that large of a scale. And that's why that community area planning process we're going to do beginning next year is going to help us to really refine that and hope to cut down on when we do see those inconsistencies. And also, if we see them, we should be a little bit more cautious as to how we approach them, because we have done that refinement and we have looked at it with a much more concise lens than we did when we were looking at it at, a 20,000-foot level citywide. But be happy to set some time up and we can get caught up, because, there's been a lot that's changed since the last term. So
Thank you. Thank you, Madam
no
Mayor.
problem.
All right, Mr. Driggs?
Ms. Mayfield, I just wanted to say, in case this isn't clear since you weren't here, we adopted the policy map. It became effective. It replaced our area plans. So part of our dilemma right now is that we are checking things against a place type environment without having yet adopted the UDO. Okay, so I think that's the crux of your problem. We got 1 foot on the pier and 1 foot in the boat.
All right, Mr. Winston?
And just to build off of that, what the existing place type map, we mapped the status quo. It's not necessarily the aspirational of where we expect it to go. There are some parcels that it made sense to kind of clarify, but that's just part of the, I like to say, purgatory that we're in, one between two places. So, yeah, I think we should all again, figure out how to talk about this from the same
principles.
same handle. Yeah.
Yeah,
In a second.
Because truth be told, until the area plans are done, we're still going to be in this. Even when the UDO is adopted or is effective, all of this is still going to be the issue, and that's going to be years until those community area plans are done. So I think when we think about what we're really facing, let's not lull ourselves into a sense of belief that come next summer, this is going to be addressed.
Oh, yeah. Motion to close.
All right.
Second.
We have a motion and to close. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, the next item on our agenda is petition 2022-035 by Id Rife, A&E Rental Homes for approximately 4.4 acres located at the intersection of Parkwood Avenue, Harrell, and Siegel in District 1. The current zoning is single-family residential. The proposed zoning is urban residential conditional. Staff recommends approval. And we have Mr. Pennell as representing the petitioner. So, Dave?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2022-035. It's currently zoned, R5. Proposed zoning is UR2. It's 0.37 acres, as mentioned, on Parkwood and Harold Street. It's one of the larger parcels along that corridor there on Parkwood at that corner. The policy map does recommend neighborhood 1 place type for this site. You can see a lot of that corridor along Parkwood is neighborhood 1. You do have that pocket of neighborhood 2 at Allen and Parkwood where the redeveloped church was, as well as some neighborhood center about a block up at the intersection of Allen and Parkwood Avenue as well. This proposal is to allow up to 9 single-family attached residential units. That would limit building height to 40 feet, which is similar to the existing zoning that's in place there. Does propose two-way vehicular access at Harold Street with internal residential alleys and walkways. Does also provide an 8-foot sidewalk and 8-foot landscape strip along Harold Street and Parkwood Avenue. Also accessible sidewalk ramps will be installed at the corner of Harold Street and Parkwood. Does dedicate 40 feet of right-of-way along Parkwood Avenue measured from center line. Also proposes a combination of some building materials such as glass, brick, stone, simulated stone, precast concrete, et cetera. Vinyl and would be prohibited as a primary exterior building material, could be utilized as we see on a lot with trim and soffits, and then also illustrates tree save and common open space. That's at that back corner of the site there on the bottom of plan left. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. We do have outstanding issues related to transportation, environment, site and building design to continue to work through. It is inconsistent with that recommendation for the neighborhood 1 place type. We can certainly discuss some of that if we've got questions following the petitioner's presentation.
Ms. Pennell, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Council. My name is Paul Pennell with Urban Design Partners. I'm representing A&E, wrong presentation, A&E Rentals LLC for a rezoning petition located at 920 Parkwood, currently zoned R5, requesting a UR2 CD zoning district. There it was for just a quick moment. There we go. So this is an existing picture of the site as it stands today. Just for a little bit of context, the petitioner, A&E Rental Homes, is also the owner of the Parkwood Reformed Presbyterian Church that is on the opposite corner along Parkwood. You may recall that zoning petition that came through a few years back in 2018. They are still the owners of this property, and they are now petitioning for 920 Parkwood. Just to provide some context for some of the zoning activity that's occurred here within the past few years, we do have some UR2, we do have some NS and some UR3 in this area. So there's a little bit of a densification along Parkwood, a little bit of an urbanization. I think Dave may be able to help on that discussion here in just a bit if there are any questions. Again, just to provide some additional zoning context for what's happening in the area. Initial discussions that we've had with the community, the Belmont Community Association, and also the adjacent neighbors, Gina and Chris Hoy, who is Plan West here as related to the proposed site. Been working closely with them. The initial proposal started out with 11 townhomes. The new proposal now has 9. And basically what we have done is we've created a better relationship adjacent to the single-family home where Gina and Chris live with 4 townhome units and then oriented 5 townhome units fronting Parkwood Avenue. Existing zoning plan. Then also we wanted to provide some context for what is being proposed here. Clark Architects is the architect on board for this particular project. These townhome units and the elevations that are being designed here will reflect the current architecture of the UR2 duplexes that are located directly adjacent to the Parkwood Reformed Church. So we're going to have some continuity in the design of the architecture on the opposite side of Parkwood from some existing duplex units that are there today. And with that, I'll open it up to any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Ms. Anderson?
I know that you had a meeting with the Belmont Community Association, and you also had a meeting within the neighborhood where you had 9 attendees. Were there any concerns around density and increasing the density by replacing 1 home and opening up 9 new homes?
I don't recall any concerns about density, but I'll say that the largest concern that we had some healthy conversation about during the Belmont Community Association meeting were Airbnb and short-term rentals. So at the time, the petition did not have any language within the development conditions to restrict short-term rentals. But when we resubmit this coming Thursday, the petitioners have agreed to restrict short-term rentals at this location. So that was the biggest concern, and the petitioners are accommodating that request.
Thank you.
That was the question I was actually going to have. And I was going to ask that to our attorney. I believe we're not able to regulate short-term rentals, but we are able to do some type of regulation within zoning districts. So again, I would like to maybe talk offline about what that actually means. I'm happy to hear that there's a potential condition that can be put on it. I do recall receiving an email from some community members, actually in relation to that previous redevelopment at the church. So it's top of mind, something I'll be paying attention to over this next month. And Ms. Hagler-Gray, I'd love to kind of touch base with you about that issue and what we are able to do within the rezonings for restricting short-term rentals.
Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to clarify that these are 9 townhomes.
Yes, they are 9 townhomes. That's correct.
And is that for sale or rent?
They're rental properties.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions?
Move to close.
Motion to close.
Second. We have a motion to close and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All right, thank you very much. Our next item is item 40, petition 2022-038 by RMR Group, approximately 8.8 acres bound by the south side of Yancey, north side of South Side, and west side of Old Pineville in District 3. The current zoning is general, industrial, and mixed-use development optional. The proposed, Ms. Todd is going to represent the petitioner.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. Our last petition of the evening, 2022-038. It's 8.8 acres bound on the south side of Yancey Road, South Side Drive, and west side of Old Pineville Road. Current zoning is I-2 in MUD, and the proposed zoning is TOD-CC or TOD Community Center. The policy map does recommend Community Activity Center for the site. This is a conventional TOD petition, no site plan, no outstanding issues to communicate to council. It is consistent with the 2040 policy map recommendation for that activity center. It's within a half-mile walk of Scaly Bark, and staff does recommend approval of the petition. We'll be happy to take questions following Ms. Todd's presentation. Thank you.
Ms. Todd.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Zoning Committee.
Suzanne Todd here on behalf of the applicant, RMR Group, LLC. With me tonight is also Julie Livingstone, who is the Director of Real Estate Development with the applicant. You've heard staff's report. Staff is in support of our request, and there are no outstanding issues, so that's good news. Just want to hit a few highlights for this project. Again, the site is located, shown by the little star on the blue line, and it's within a half-mile of the Scaly Bark Transit Station. This is in an area that's redeveloping. As you can see, the existing zoning is surrounded pretty much by Todd. Our site is surrounded by Todd, and of course, this rezoning would therefore be consistent with surrounding zoning. RMR Group already owns the existing Bowers development, which is located on the site at the corner of Yancey and Old Pineville Road. Bowers is a mixed-use development project, including restaurant, office, other culinary uses, and currently proposes to anchor the remainder of this site. The Bowers project is in orange. It is currently zoned Mud O. The other parcels that comprise the site are highlighted in green, and those are zoned industrial. The proposal is to rezone all this property to Todd CC to allow for seamless development. The 2040 plan shows this property as being squarely within commercial activity center corridor, particularly along transit corridors. The community activity center place type proposes and encourages infill development on existing parking lots as well as underutilized parcels, and that's pretty much exactly what we're going to do. The intent is to create that density to provide opportunities for goods, services, and other amenities for the regional and nearby residents. This requested zoning is reasonable in light of the surrounding zoning as well as the future 2040 comprehensive plan, and if granted, it'll allow the applicant to develop the site in furtherance of the city's complete communities, providing its goal of complete communities to its residents. Unless you've got any questions for me, I'm going to turn this presentation over to Julie.
Good evening. I'll be quick. I wanted to quickly introduce.
I think your time is up.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That was very quick.
Okay.
Very quick.
Are there any questions for the
Yeah, I have
petitioner
one
or the
question.
staff? Yes.
Is there 5 seconds you could say like one
5.
sentence to us?
One sentence?
Yes, please.
Yes. Thank you. Thanks. So I just wanted to quickly introduce the RMR Group. RMR is a long-term holder focused on creative placemaking and has a track record of delivering mixed-use development projects.
Thank you.
Is that good?
All right. All right. Are there any questions for staff? Hearing
Motion to
none,
close.
have a motion to close and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. May I have a motion to adjourn? Second.
That motion, if we would hold hands briefly?
No.
Do that
Did it at the beginning, Tark.
to close this thing out.
Just say you like it. That's it. Be like it's the bomb. I love it.